since we got the super fan, today's the first day of the super fan fan club. It has a temporary name for now because Jay, if you want to vote, if you want to name the club, because I have to choose a name. If you want to name the club, go to the Discord and share what you want the group to be called. You're still going to be nerds, but the whole fan club has to have a name now. And so if you want to throw your suggestion into the hat before Jay sends out the list for people to vote on, go to Thinker Live chat, type in what you want the club to be named. We have like Think Peace. Man, it's a lot of good names. There's a 10 character limit. It's 10, not the Israelites, Jacob. Somebody said Thinker's Disciples, and the first thing I thought was, damn, they're gonna really think that I think I'm God. And then somebody else was like, no, they already think we're a cult. I was like, yeah, we don't need anything like that. But it's 10 character limit. Hold on, y'all. I don't know why my ring light keep coming out, but it's a 10 character limit. Put your suggestions in the Thinker Live chat. If you want to add it to the list of names to vote on. Oh, goodness. Yeah. The Thinker Lights. I'm telling you, y'all thinking of these names is going to make the Christians cuss our asses out. They already think we a cult for real. Hey, Ducky. What's up, Heretic? What's up, Tone G over there on YouTube? Rodney, Jag. Welcome in, everybody, for the YouTube fam. Make sure if you haven't already, say what's up in the chat. Smash the like button, share the stream out. I'm waiting till we get more people in here because I did write a new song and TikTok is suppressing the hell out of it, which is not a bad song. Like, it's not a bad song for them to be suppressing it. But on the video, I put, this is inspired by those who are telling me to love my enemies. And I think because of the conversation that's happening right now around Charlie Kirk, TikTok was like, oh, hell no. TikTok's like, we're not about to let this fly. But since we got the YouTube fam in and we're over 100 in here, we're almost at 100 with the shares. Keep sharing. Send your super popular votes. Today's the first day of the super fan club. The super popular gets us in the algorithm a lot faster. That's what I was reading in the new terms and conditions of it. Don't come in here typing in all caps in my comments. I could give less than a fuck about what he wanted. He still was abhorrent to me. So don't type in all caps. But yeah, here is the song, y'all. Okay, YouTube, music is coming. Turn your volumes down over there.
Mama said, baby, forgive and forget. Pray for your enemies, don't hold regret. Turn the other cheek, let them strike you again. That's the way Jesus said to love, that's the way to win. But I feel the bruise and I feel the scar, convincing me to ignore it feels kinda bizarre. If love is a weapon, you can point like a sword. It don't feel like freedom, it feels like war. I don't wanna love you, hug you, if you don't deserve it. My love ain't a prize, you just can't reserve it. I shouldn't have to commend you, friend you, if I don't intend to. But mama say pretend to. fine, but who benefits most when the rule ain't mine? Abusers write the laws and they preach what's best, while we learn silence and call it a test. Love can't be forced, it shouldn't be decreed. It dies in the soil where it can't be freed. If it ain't from the heart, then it ain't really love. It's just chains disguised as words. I wanna love you, hug you, if you don't deserve it. My love ain't a prize, you just can't reserve it. I shouldn't have to commend you, friend you, if I don't intend to. But mama say pretend to. Even if your heart don't bend to. Play the saint, they'll commend you. You never know, the love may grow. But mama shouldn't be commended though. What if love's a choice, not a cage we wear? What if love's not dead, but the gift we share? They say pretend to. Even if your heart won't bend to. Play the saint, they'll commend you. Hide the hurt you've been through. But real love don't descend, don't commend like a show. Love lives in action, it has to grow. So mama, hear me now, let the old ways go. Love shouldn't be commended. I wanna love you if you don't deserve it. My love ain't a prize, you just can't reserve it. I shouldn't have to commend you, friend you, if I don't intend to. But mama say pretend to. Even if your heart don't bend to. Play the saint, they'll commend you. You never know, the love may grow. But mama shouldn't be commended though.
I'm in love with this song. And this lady, this conservative, commented on my TikTok, and she was trying to talk shit and tell me who I need to love, and the type of, she said, you need to use wisdom and you need to love and pray for his family and blah, blah, blah. And I said, you don't tell me who I need to love. I said, you love who you want to love. If you want to love assholes, that's on you. And I said, love can't be commanded. I said, take that shit on somewhere. And then as soon as I put the phone down, I said, fuck that. I'm finna write a song. I said, I'm finna write about this shit. And I sat down for 2 hours and I wrote that song.
It's a good song. I like it.
Thank you.
It sounds like something on the radio.
Thank you.
It
I
do.
appreciate that. Maddie, no, we moved it to Tuesday night. We moved Maddie's hour to Tuesday night. But I did lower the age to 21. So we are at 188 shares. So the guest box is open. If you are, continue to share the live, y'all. We 13 minutes in. I appreciate y'all for getting us to over 100 shares within the first 15 minutes. Y'all are the bomb. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. It is 21 and up until somebody that's 21 and up fucks it up. We're going to lower it back to 21 and up to see how they act.
Well, I guess we're going to find out quick. It don't never take them long to fuck it up.
Right. Yeah. You said the stickers are bigger? Put one in the chat. Let me see. The emotes are bigger. Y'all can like see them better now. Thank nerd. Ooh, I like that. Let me see. They look bigger to y'all? Huh. Okay. They look the same to me. Really? Maybe. Okay. Yeah, they wouldn't let me put the snatch the lips one in there. That one was not approved for some reason. Y'all know the one where it's the black image where the guy is snatching the lips. That's what I'm missing. The Jezebel one. So we can only have 15 stickers, and I only have space for one more sticker. And I was gonna do the snatch the lips one, but that's what I forgot, the Jezebel one. Rita.
I'm sorry, I hit the button on accident.
Oh, that's okay. I'll take you down.
Thank
Have a
you.
good one. You're welcome. Oh, you said you were a fan now, Samaya? That's awesome. Welcome. You said which one needs to be one? I know. I will have to make it again. I wonder if it's because it's all black and you can barely see the image. It was a bad image anyway because you couldn't really see it. So I'm thinking that's why it wasn't approved. So I'm gonna have to make another one of those. But y'all, we only have 15 emotes. We don't have as many as we had before. So
Mm.
yeah, like we got to be really choosy, really picky. We do have like there was a new emote that Coochie made that I'm gonna have to try to figure out which emotes to switch out to add hers in. The TikTok ones? No, you talking about the little happy face ones? No, those are automatic. Coochie, y'all know how I say Coochie. Ain't that's why she named herself Coochie because Christina accidentally called her Coochie. Tulip, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Orthodox Christianity is the way. Did you mean to spell way WEY? Your birthday's tomorrow, AG? Well, you gotta remind us. Happy early birthday, but please remind us again tomorrow. Hey, Tulip.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I've been good. It's been a weird month, I think, for everyone.
Yeah.
It's been especially with the that conversation that happened with the Mormon yesterday. But yeah, how are you doing?
I was thinking about that conversation before
Yeah.
you went live.
Oh my God. I've done too much research on Mormonism and the blatant racism in their in the past and how he was quite literally a good example of what Mormonism is based off of. And there's no way you could defend it based off of like your quote interpretation when it's literally in black and white that talked about the skin colors of the what was it, the Nephites, correct?
The Lemonites. The
The
Nephites were white and the Lemonites were black.
Yeah. But I wanted to talk about the idea when it comes to like the whole Charlie Kirk thing when it came to like faith and like how he presented his version of faith versus what the to me, I think there is a difference between a real Christian and a fake Christian, and I've seen a lot of like split debates about this on a lot of different platforms about how Charlie Kirk wasn't a real Christian versus real Christians saying about like, oh yeah, he did believe in God, but what his teachings were or how he presented himself to these college campuses were absolutely horrendous, and that's something that Jesus would have never taught. And I did have a lot of respect for that because Christians tend to have this sense of like there needs to have a political background between these churches, and it ends up making more of a what's the word, very divided country and a divided debate about these, like when it comes to politics, if that makes sense.
I think I'm following you. So you're saying that Jesus would be on the side of politics that causes less divide? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And I know I've seen a lot of your lives about like how Jesus was the worst thing that happened to humanity, and I agree with that. But also, to me, there are some pros and cons between what it means to like be a follower of Jesus, and this week has really been like a weird divide as to what is considered a good follower and someone who absolutely cannot have a sense of empathy, or does not have a sense of empathy for people who are literally being shot up in schools, versus a person who spewed out hatred stuff and then had more sympathy for them versus the kids who were just shot the same day as Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, and I think that looking at it from the perspective of the reinterpretation of Jesus, then one could say yes, right? From like the Jesus that's taught in a lot of churches around the world, that typically makes people believe that Jesus is like this kumbaya Jesus. But in reality, the text says that he did not come to bring peace and that he came to cause a divide,
Yeah.
right? And so his mission would have been to teach or preach whatever the Torah or the law of the prophets were, which is where a lot of the division comes from, right? And anybody that went against that, he would have been okay with, whatever happened, right? Because that's just how the history of the Israelites were. And like if you look at Jesus through the lens of the reinterpretation of Jesus, where everybody is loved by him and not just the Israelites, or everybody is his mission or his concern and not just the Israelites, then I mean, yeah, a person could say that that's what it means to be a follower of Jesus. But that wouldn't necessarily be the Jesus in the book, though, because the Jesus in the Bible was an Israelite. He was an Israelite supremacist, and when he's talking about feeding the hungry and clothing him, and they say, "Well, when did we do that to you?" And he says, "You did it to the least of these here." He's talking about the children of Israel, right? He's not talking about like everybody in the world. And the laws of Moses focused on taking care of an Israelite, and then you treated a foreigner the way that you would treat an Israelite when they lived in your land, but there was no obligation to do that to do that with any foreigner outside of the land of Israel, because they were seen as unclean.
Yeah.
And when foreigners lived in the land of Israel, they had to take a ceremonial. They had to go into a ceremonial covenant with Israel and follow some of Israel's laws. Like they were not in a full covenant with the God of Israel, but they had to do the ceremonial. And so, like, I don't necessarily see the Jesus in the Bible as being the one that most of the marginalized groups, and then a lot of those who are allies of the marginalized groups. I don't see that Jesus in the Bible. Now, could that Jesus be a better version for society? Maybe, but that Jesus is still homophobic as fuck, right? That Jesus is still, misogynistic,
Yeah.
and very problematic. But I get what you're saying, but I
Yeah.
still think it's looking at the text through a reinterpreted lens, if that
I
makes
think it's
sense.
because when I was watching those videos and seeing those pastors actually standing up and saying, no, this is, why are we praising what Charlie Kirk did when he was alive? And I think that gave me a little bit of like, maybe there is hope within the Christian faith. And I think I was like deluding myself into believing that if they brought in when they brought in the word of Jesus, like I kind of forgot, like no offense, but like I kind of forgot all like the bad shit that like you were teaching a lot of the Christians on the lives, including like what I've learned from you. And and I know it's not your job to teach because it's also based off like my research, but also I just wanted a sense of peace because it was a really tough week of like not just political divide, but also just like humanity being divided by the sense of violence. And it took one man to finally make everyone wake up and go, yeah, this is actually a problem in this country. And I think that's the thing that made me feel very emotional. And I think a lot of us cried over the fact that we are so broken in this world where even myself thought to myself, man, we all do need Jesus and we all need God. But I was kind of like putting myself back into that little Christian girl's mind because I guess it was because it was such a huge like wake up call to say there's got to be something to save. But I know we got to save ourselves, unfortunately, because we can't rely on a divine being to save everyone because it's ultimately up to us.
Yeah, like I don't know what the difference would be between like a Jesus that says I don't agree with racism, but that same Jesus says I agree with homophobia or transphobia, right? Like that that same Jesus hasn't spoken out against the harm that's being done to people within the LGBTQIA community, right? And so it makes me question why right now. And is it because it's black people, it's black pastors, black Christians saying I don't agree with Charlie Kirk, Jesus wouldn't agree with Charlie Kirk because that's racism. But those same people have some of the highest homophobia in their churches, in their communities, and perpetuate a lot of the hate towards that community. And so like it's selective outrage to me.
Mm-hmm.
I, I and again, like I don't know, and that's the whole purpose of the conversations, right? Is I know what I see in the book, and when I see supremacist ideologies and these people saying Jesus is their savior, Jesus would want this, Jesus would do that, they're not wrong, they're not lying, that is biblical. And then when I see the other interpretation, Jesus said, "Blessed are the peacemakers. Blessed are the meek, and they shall inherit the earth." Right?
Yeah.
That Jesus does say that, but I also see the problem in that because those people don't typically fight back, right? And they tend to become so indoctrinated that they are so focused on becoming the peacemakers to inherit the earth, while their Jesus is leading the so-called chosen to divide, to not bring peace, to bring the sword, right? So it kind of feels like that reinterpreted Jesus or Luke's Jesus is a tool for the actual biblical Jesus,
Yeah.
right? Like, and which is and it's all confusing because the stories have been reinterpreted over time, and then each of the writers have their own version of this character. So he doesn't have one specific message in not, neither of the books that he is quoted in, and then Paul has a different interpretation of them. So like y'all know, like for me, I see six different Jesuses.
Yeah.
But the main thing that I'm discussing today is the supremacist ideologies and the pacifist ideologies, and which one is right. Because it doesn't make sense for them to be saying you're not following Jesus, like they're pointing fingers at each other. But the reality is that they both are following a version of the Jesus that's in this book.
Yeah.
And the God of Israel created the supremacy culture, like created the structure of supremacy ideologies. And so if supremacists are following that, right, and Jesus is an Israelite, Jesus came from that and came with supremacist ideologies, I only came for the lost sheep, calling Canaanite dogs, then how can we say that the supremacists are not following this character? Like I don't understand that. And then why do we look to that same character for salvation, right? Or relief from himself? It just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, it is, especially with like, I actually came across a video about how during there was a debate with Charlie Kirk, and a gentleman had a shirt on that said "You are enough," and Charlie Kirk was like, "How come you're wearing that shirt?" He was like, "Well, it's a suicide prevention shirt. Basically, it's like saying that you are enough and that you are good, like you're enough for this world. You're blessed to be in this world." And he goes, "You're not anything without Jesus. You're basically nothing without Jesus," and basically like dehumanizing the fact that these people are like struggling with mental health, and rather than saying seek guidance, seek therapy or anything, he, again, based off your prompt, has this supremacist ideology of saying you are not enough without Jesus, therefore you are nothing. And that is one of the things that I can't agree with that, because if you were going to say that Jesus is, again, the pacifist of like no violence and whatnot, and then you pursue and spew all this hate and talk about, well, in order for us to continue on to have the Second Amendment, people have to die for that. But then you talking about, well, you can't be anything without Jesus, and Jesus is the way to salvation and actually heal. You're, again, going back and forth as to what is it? Is it to find peace or to bring violence in order to have peace?
Yeah, but I don't think Charlie Kirk said that for peace. And Jesus said himself that, uh, like, he is the way, the truth, and the life, and nobody can get to the Father but by him, right?
Mm,
And so Charlie Kirk wouldn't have been wrong to say that, to the young man, because that's what Jesus would have said.
yeah, it still was still kind of deplorable to just say you are nothing without Jesus.
No, I
Basic,
agree with you.
yeah.
I agree with you 100%. But we're talking about whether he is following Jesus or not, not whether he's following humanism,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so, like, we can see the insensitive nature of his comment to that, and the uncaring, right, nature of his comment about the young man's mental health. Like, we can see that, but we're not talking about whether Charlie Kirk is,
A humanist.
yeah, right, like, or if he even empathizes with humanity. He doesn't. He prioritizes laws. He prioritizes structure and success of cishet white men. He prioritizes the success of America. And so if he has to, you know, say to a man that he thinks in his head, like, oh, the reason why you are suffering from mental illness is because you don't have Jesus, he's going to say, he's going to prioritize that.
Mm-hmm. And it's a again, it's a very complicated situation with like the whole what it means to be a follower of Christ and what it means to like uphold these laws and still try to hold like these pure intentions without having to be more like, I don't know, like it just feels like a dictatorship nowadays, with like trying to force a bunch of these kids to go to school with like these curriculars to like help them be closer to Jesus. I mean, I came across a video of a lady that said that she didn't sign her daughter up for this after school like church thing, and she was basically outed out. And this was like the first day of kindergarten, and she was outed out by her own teacher. And again, these are the things that we need to talk about when it comes to like the idea of upholding these moral codes. But what is the cost of it? It's either you're losing followers or you're either gaining them in these sort of like ways to try to bring them closer to Jesus. And It's
Well, when you say who's losing followers, like what do
oh,
you
like
mean?
I meant like losing followers as in um like I guess like when it comes to Christianity, they're scared that there are a lot of people who are losing their faith, and they're trying to reel them back in. And with like Christian nationalism on a rise, I think that when they try to bring it within schools and bring it within these followers, they think that it's going to bring them closer to God and bring them closer to Jesus, when it's actually going to force them to turn away. And again, believe in what you want to believe, but if you bring it into schools and you have these ideologies where you think that this is going to help kids in public schools succeed in life, or
But do
basically
you
help, yeah.
but do you think they're doing it because they want the children to succeed in life, or are they doing it because they want to be able to control the what the children think so that they can maintain the type of world they want?
I think it's both, because they believe that the concept of morality is based off what the God's teaching, and of course based off like the Old Testament and everything. God was never based off of morals. It's based off of jealousy, based off of a genocidal maniac, but also like even Charlie Kirk was talking about how morals cannot be without God. And this is basically what Christian nationalism is. It's based off of control, but also based off of the successes within the Christian church, because the morals are written within the laws of like the Ten Commandments.
Yeah, but what type of success? Like, are you? I guess I'm a little confused, because when you say success, for the children to succeed in life, right? Like they've already had Christian schools for their children, like private schools, and they get taught a different curriculum than children in the inner city and in public schools, right? They're gutting programs that would help children be more successful in life and replacing it with how to be a better father, how to be a mom, um, like uh, basic things. They're not actually focused on innovate, like exploring the child's ability to innovate, right? I don't necessarily see them adding the Bible as curriculum in the schools so that specific types of children can be successful. I just don't. Like if they were worried about the success of a child's life, then they wouldn't be gutting the programs that's helping children who are struggling.
Yeah, and I think I
Right.
will. I feel bad now. I feel like I need to. I think I should revoke that statement when I say to succeed. I think it's based off of like how, you know, what is the Christian version of success in life? I think what Christians view is to be a follower of Jesus, to spread the word of the gospel, to be either a pastor wife, mother, father, and spread the word. And that's their version of success. I think that's what I meant by that. But of course, with like your examples of like these curriculums being cut through these fundings and everything, with like basically not feeding the children in these schools and cutting a lot of other things to help them actually succeed. Yeah, I would agree with that. But I think it's just based off what their version of success is. I guess that's just what I perceived as what they want for the children, when I know deep down it's all about control and they don't want them to succeed. They just want them to have only like a limited options of what they can do for their life.
I think they want more laborers, right?
Hmm.
They want laborers who aren't going to request a lot or require a lot. They definitely aren't trying to help more people get to the top 1%, right? Like everybody can't be up there. There has to be inequality in their system of capitalism. So they definitely do not want to make it easier for certain types of people to do that, right? Like some of the voucher schools that they're creating are military focused, right? They also need to funnel people into the military, into the police academy as well, where they have children going to school every day, and you know, they're not ROTC uniforms, but they look like ROTC California uniforms, where they're, you know, already programming the children to think this way, and it's Christian focused, right? Like kind of like militant with Christian soldiers. And so like they have an idea of a world that they want and the structure and the hierarchy as well, right? Like we cannot forget that even like in their plans. Thank y'all so much for the gifts. In their plans, there is a hierarchy as well. And it like I think the reason why it works so well for them because of the kumbaya pacifist Jesus, because people reach for that Jesus in times like this. And this is the thing that keeps people from fighting back against the system when they're implementing, you know, their agendas, and when they're moving in and conquering or tearing down systems. I don't know. Like I think the conversation that we're having right now is a very important one. I don't have all the answers. Like I said, I'm confused by them pointing fingers at each other. There was a guy I was going back and forth with today who claims that him and Charlie Kirk aren't worshiping the same God, and I said, well, y'all both say Jesus. And he said, well, I know a lot of Jesuses. He said, there's a Jesus in my neighborhood. There's a Jesus. He said, there's multiple Jesuses where I work. I said, do you know Jesuses? I said, because if you are saying that there are multiple Jesus, then basically the, the power that's supposed to be in his name, you just invalidated. And so he came back and he was like, no, everybody that says God ain't worshiping God. And I said, I didn't say anything about God. God is a title. But if both of you are praying and when you pray, you say Jesus, either you are praying to the same God or that God don't have any power, because the scripture says there is power in his name. And if there's multiple people with the same name as your God, then your God ain't special and his name ain't unique. And when you call his name, when Charlie Kirk called his name, don't shit happen.
Yeah, and it's kind of ironic because when he mentioned about he isn't worshiping the same God, it kind of relate. I kind of related to that a little bit because, like I mentioned before in previous lives, I grew up within a Christian private school, and I went to my regular church, and it all felt so different based off like their version of a God, and because of that, it just felt like it just felt like a tug of war with my faith, and also trying to figure out, like, even if it was the word of God that I was speaking out, what version am I creating?
Hold on for a second. Thank you, Justin, for the raid. Go ahead. Sorry.
You're all good. But just like, yeah, these conversations are very important because, like, with Christians, I think this is like a huge turning point of what, like, how Christians are really viewing themselves and actually starting to look back and going, is this really the religion that I need to uplift and, like, to actually spread the word? Because people like Charlie Kirk are being praised by a lot of Christian denominations. Like, again, I saw I saw a lady that said that she walked out of church because they brought up Charlie Kirk and how they were going to pray over him and his family. And she was like, I'm literally struggling with my faith right now because the amount of people that would absolutely, like, pray for that man, even though they always say, love thy neighbor as yourself. But that man who talked about how the Civil Rights Act was the biggest mistake ever, how MLK was like the worst person and he didn't believe in what he taught, and how 1 in 5 women who are raped are basically lying. Like, that shit messes with you. And to think that there are Christians out there that say that he is a follower of Christ, and then other Christians are like, no, that's not what I believe. It makes me have a different question, is what is the definitive answer to your religion to say this is actually God versus this is just a political agenda based off
Like,
your belief?
yeah, and most people go by faith, right? But if I have to answer that question, I'm going to look at the Bible, and I'm going to look at the historical context of what the Israelites and their God wanted, and what they did, and what their laws were, and what Jesus followed, right? Versus what Paul taught, and what the early church fathers taught and reinterpreted. I'm gonna look at that. And there are a lot of people today who have, like I said, created their own version of Jesus, one that they believe is just all about love.
Hmm.
That, and that's all well and good, but that isn't the Jesus that's in this Bible. Like he loved his Israelite disciples, and he told his Israelite disciples to love each other. And a person could read that and say, "Well, I apply that to me today." Cool. But for someone that's reading the text from a supremacist perspective, and they can identify with the supremacist features or characteristics, they wouldn't be wrong. And that's the issue, right? When you have someone, from a black church, predominantly black church, looking at someone from a predominantly white church who prioritizes Christian nationalism, white Christian nationalism, with white Christian cishet men at the top, and they say you're not following Jesus. I'm looking at that black person like, yes, the fuck they are.
Hmm.
They've taken the Israelite structure, right, and created their own chapter. That's all they did, right? They are, you're not. So who is the God, who is the Jesus that you're following? And I actually asked somebody that today in my chat, because she said, why are you creating so much divide? Jesus was about peace. Jesus didn't want divide. I said, what Jesus are you following? And I gave her Luke, the verse in Luke, and I said, your Jesus said that he came not to bring peace, but to cause a divide, that he came with a sword. I said, so if you're saying that your Jesus came to bring peace, it ain't the one in this book. So what Jesus are you following? Right?
Hmm.
That's how I have to look at it.
Yeah, and especially since, like, again, this week has always it was literally the worst tug of war of my faith and my consciousness of my life, because of what's been going on in this world, between what is going to uphold my moral standards versus what is something that I need to do for myself because of the divide within this country. And when it comes to religion, it's it is one of the worst confusing times of my life, and I've seen I mean, it's terrible. Like, it took, again, one man to get shot out in public to scream outrage, versus so many children who were unalived. And I just came across a video about how there were people taking photos of the victims' bedrooms the day that they were murdered. And just those things where I'm just like, where do we draw a line versus faith and humanity and humility, and to finally say Jesus isn't going to be the answer to everyone, because in order for us to find peace, we got to find a basically a middle ground instead of, again, division.
Don't understand this wake up call now that it's Charlie Kirk. That, like,
I hate
a
it.
life is
I
a life,
hate it.
right? Like a
Yeah.
life is a life. And I don't condone violence. I don't celebrate anybody's death. But I mean, people have died before Charlie Kirk, and the way people are acting as if this was like a Jesus moment, like, I don't know, like the Son of God died, is tripping me out, because the way America is responding to this death, It's as if all the other people who have died in violent ways in front of people, like I have literally seen mothers crying on TikTok saying, "Take the video of my son on the ground dead off." There literally last week, a mother got shot picking up her child at school, and the car rider line, and her sister was on the on TikTok crying saying, "Take the videos of my sister down." Right? Like it's not like the first time that we've seen people killed in violent fashions and those videos go flying all over the internet. And to me, for society to act like this is the first time that we've ever seen it, it speaks volumes to me about who life matters and who doesn't. We're so desensitized to specific people, bodies, dead bodies being shown, right? Dead bodies being made jokes of, being made news, and then when it's a white cishet Christian male, Jesus has died again. I cannot take that. That it's just it's. I don't even know the word for it, but it's asinine.
Yeah.
And the fact that people can't see that they're treating it that way, that they're basically saying, "Oh my god, this is the first time I ever see somebody die." No, it's not.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. It is very repulsive because it literally, this is why I say in that video that everybody who's not a cishet white male, Christian white male, it are the serpent in the garden, right? Um, because they regard to get their agenda passed, they're going to crush or trample over whoever the fuck they need to, and they're going to blame whoever the fuck they need to, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so the seed of the serpent has somehow been so brainwashed to think that they have been grafted into, this family to become the seed of the woman, but in reality they're never going to see you as that.
Mm-hmm.
And they advocate for this, they advocate for the same thing. Like, it's just, I don't know, it's I don't know, I don't understand how they can't see it.
And that's why I've been having such a crisis this week, because when I bring this up to my parents and they go, "Where was this outrage when there were 3 kids that were just shot that same day, and the kids who are dying in Palestine, and the people in Congo, and the people," like, I've cried for those people. And then my parents are talking about, "Well, if you want to have a relationship with us, stop trying to be more liberal and all that shit. And like, you seem to lose your faith in God and all that stuff." And that, again, is like the worst tug of war of my life, because I feel like I had to uphold this idea of having to have sympathy for this man who wouldn't even give a shit if I died, because I would have been just a statistic to him, especially with Black people, with Asian people, with any sort of person that isn't the color of his skin or the same genitalia as him. And the fact that the I am literally having to struggle with my belief system because of my own family and in this world is disgusting. And I shouldn't even feel like this, because all we need to say is enough is enough with the violence. Enough is enough with the hate speech. We need to find a middle ground and actually say, stop spewing misinformation about these people who are literally dying, and in saying this is for the better for the Second Amendment, but then be upset whenever the Second Amendment is used on him. And then literally I'm supposed to feel sorry for him. It's sad. It was a horrible way to go. But he basically proved to this world that there is going to be so much hate and so much violence in this world that not even your own voice can stop it. Even if you say, "I don't want," oh my God, I'm starting to ramble, I'm sorry. But just like, it's just been a huge power struggle between myself and my family and what's been going on in this world.
Yeah, it's. I mean, and I get it. Um, I get it. I think a lot of people are realizing that their family prioritizes certain things that they never probably thought that their family would prioritize before in this conversation. And that's from any race of people. I'm not talking about just one race of people. And it is creating you know uh that type of divide. Whether to have empathy for Charlie Kirk or not to have empathy for Charlie Kirk is damn near like the same conversation whether to vote for Donald Trump or Kamala. Right? People were excommunicating families, right, over who you were going to vote for, and that same thing is happening now, even with this conversation. So I think people are waking up and really realizing where they are and where a lot of people in their family are on the different aisles of humanity, right? Like, and what they prioritize, and it's shocking, but that's literally what Jesus said he came to do anyway. Right? It's to turn mother against daughter, father against son, brother against sister, and what he's saying is, like, he prioritizes the what his hope was for them to follow the Torah and the prophets. And at that during that time, there were people who were trying to move away from that. They were trying to get become more Hellenized, and like they wanted to get away from the mundane Mosaic law. They were trying to reinterpret it so that it fit the times, right? And Jesus didn't want that, and so he was basically saying that families were going to argue about that, and it was going to cause a divide. And he's like, I came with a sword, right? I mean, I'm militant. Like, those that don't want to bow down, kill them, bring them here and kill them. Like, he literally says that in one of his parables. So to say that those that act that way aren't really following Jesus, I'm still not convinced. I still see this supremacist Jesus in this text. I don't necessarily see the kumbaya Jesus that everybody keeps trying to say that he was. Like, does the text show that he has some characteristics of where he prioritizes the poor? Yep. But am I convinced that it was not just the poor amongst the Israelites that he's saying to take care of? Like, have I been convinced that he's saying take care of the poor of all the world because I love everybody equally? No, I'm not. And I think that that's a reinterpretation that a lot of people have been indoctrinated with. And unfortunately, that Jesus has caused them to get their ass beat a couple of times. Or our asses beat a couple of times. Because we keep fucking losing to the supremacist Jesus.
And you are 100% right when you say that this division is basically basically what it is to be a Christian, that there needs to be a divide between what is either their version of good versus what we perceive as what is good. And even though this tragedy was not good at all, it still is going to divide us and debate about what makes someone worthy enough to call themselves a Christian. Because when Charlie Kirk said, I want to be remembered for being a Christian faith, he meant that. He was devoted into it. And I think this conversation shows what it means to be a supremacist within this world of hatred, of genocide, of absolute destruction. And this is what this religion is. It's always been about division, even though my whole life I've always thought it was about unity and equity and basically trying to find peace within the group for all. And again, I think I've been trying so hard to pull away from the faith, but it is the worst game of tug of war of my life because of my family and what I want in this world is that I want there to be a divine being to just stop the world and just for it to start over because of how fucked up this country is and how fucked up everyone is turning on each other and how people are literally getting death threats even if they didn't even do anything to Charlie Kirk. People are getting death threats from different schools to black people to Democrats to everything. Again, it's the worst reality that everyone's starting to realize, including myself, and it's just something that everyone.
Selena, is that you or your husband snoring? Selena. She is snoring loud. Sorry, go ahead.
You're good, but just like it's it's a sad reality, and I want to cry about it, but I know those tears aren't going to heal this world. And it's, again, something that really kind of broke me. And I think it broke a lot of people to see that religion will never be unified. And there is not going to be a humanistic way to finally say, let us all be whole, rather than just turn on each other based off this horrible action. Because again, this should actually make us start having these conversations rather than having death threats or try to have an act of a civil war like a bunch of people are trying to say.
Yeah, I agree. I was thinking about when he said that black people were better off during Jim Crow.
Mm-hmm.
Like for him to say something like that when during that time there were over 4,000 black people that were lynched during the Jim Crow era. And that's not counting the lynches that was during the Reconstruction era or before that. That's just during Jim Crow.
Did
Over
you?
4,000 black
Mm-hmm.
people lynched. And so for him to say that black people were doing better, he doesn't care about the violence. He doesn't empathize with any of the suffering that any other group of people have to experience. He only prioritizes the success of America and the success of cishet white men.
Yeah.
And as long as he stated, black people or black women aren't taking the spot of a white man, right? He's okay. He just
Yeah.
wants to put the white man back where he thinks that they belong.
And it's horrible because I just found out that there was a black man who was essentially hung, and I believe it was Missouri just yesterday, I
Yeah,
believe.
yeah.
And they ruled it as a suicide, and I'm just like, no, the fuck it isn't. No, it isn't. And I think it's still continuing today, and it's terrifying that again, it's just like I feel like it's getting worse and worse and worse because of what Charlie Kirk and everyone else on that party has vocally stated about how they feel about black people, how they feel about women, how they feel about immigrants. It just shows that the monsters are just hidden behind the walls and they're slowly emerging from them. And it's becoming daily. And that's the worst part about it.
Yeah, I think the worst part about it for me is that when we hear that another one has been found on a tree and they immediately, call it a suicide, that's the end of it.
Hmm.
And I think, my community has been so damn desensitized and silenced around that type of violence have been made to forgive it, have been made to forget it, have been made to revise it, and also belittle it, right? Like it's it speaks volumes when we can just scroll on TikTok and they say they just found one hanging, and all you can do, right, is like the video because they've immediately deemed it no foul play.
And I think as and even as a white woman, it's very hard when I'm trying to openly have these discussions with other white people to try to see the perspective of what black people go through. And I know I can't speak for all black people, but because of like these are some conversations that I want to have and talk about what Charlie Kirk was very vocal about, and how this is continuing with throughout America, and how people are slowly opening up and becoming these new far right wingers who absolutely have no sense of humility towards others, and they're willing to just dismiss it. It just shows that that there's so much white privilege, and I have white privilege, I will admit that, it just like they're basically what's the word, desensitized, you said it properly, desensitized from the act of violence, because even if it happens, they aren't going to do shit about it, and it's terrible.
Yeah, I agree.
And yeah, I want to drop from the panel and let someone else talk. Thank you so much for letting me have the floor. And I hope that we can have more discussions like this, and I hope that there are more people out there who are willing to just listen and understand that there is no unity within religion. There just isn't, and it's just sad, but it's just the truth. But thank you so much for having me up here, Thinker.
You're welcome, Tulip. I hope you have a great rest of the night.
You too. Good night.
Good night. Thank y'all so much for the gifts. I appreciate y'all. Hey, Rhea.
Hey, how
How
are
are
you?
you? Good. How are you?
Good, good, good. I'm just hanging out tonight.
Did
How
you
was
have
your
a good
birth?
birthday?
Yeah, how
That's
was your
what I was going
birthday?
to ask.
How was your birthday? Rhea?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I was saying it was pretty good. My wife pulled out all the stops. I went to dinner with my daughter, went to pedicures and manicures with my daughters, and it was pretty good. So,
That's all right.
That's good. We were waiting on you to go live.
oh, child, I was dead to the world. Oh my God.
Also, was drinking all kind of Red Bulls. I hope he was able to go to
Oh,
sleep.
yeah, I had to apologize to her. I'm so sorry. I had this wine that I tried for the first time, and I was just like, "Oh my God, I'm going to bed. I don't know what's happening." But yeah,
That's what's up. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Hey, y'all. Chicago texted me today. So we're number 23 out of all the lives on TikTok. And out of
Ooh,
all the the popular lives, we're number 23 on TikTok's list. So thank y'all so much for that. I appreciate y'all. Yeah, out of 23 out of 100.
that's amazing.
Yeah, that's what's up. So I appreciate y'all. Again, thank y'all so much for the gifts. Thank y'all for being here. Thank you to the YouTube fam over there as well. If you're just getting here, say what's up in the chat. Make sure you smash the like button. Pastor Mitchell, hi, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please?
I am 59
Okay, thank
and
you.
I'm
And
from New York.
yeah, that's okay. I don't want you to tell me where you're from. What are your thoughts on the topic?
Uh, I didn't really have many thoughts on that. I was listening to the conversation that you were having with
Yeah,
Tulip, I
I
believe,
don't.
and that was very
Yeah,
moving.
I don't want to talk about the conversation that I had with Tulip. If you want to,
Okay.
if you want to share your thoughts on the topic and share your perspective and have a conversation with us, you're more than welcome to do that.
I it's really hard to say. I guess it's left to interpretation, and I, for one, in the churches that I have run and I have led, I've never tried to make it something that was outside of my own knowledge. You know, a lot of people practice eisegesis and put their own agendas into what the scripture is saying. I prefer to answer scripture through scripture, if that makes any sense. That would be the practice of exegesis.
Yeah, and
And
so what do you see in the text? Oh my gosh, relaxing. That was so cool. Thank you.
Oh,
Gorgeous.
Yeah. So what do you see in the text though, like as far as far as the teachings of Jesus? Like, would you say that
I,
Jesus was? So the question that I'm asking is like, who has the right teaching, right, of Jesus? Is it those that follow supremacist ideologies or those that follow pacifist ideologies?
uh, I definitely don't think it's a supremacist scenario. I don't see that in scripture. And for
You don't.
somebody to pull that
You don't
out
see
of scripture,
supremacy. You
I
don't.
don't. I don't see supremacy.
So do you know what the
No.
characteristics of supremacy culture is? Do you know what the
Excuse me?
characteristics are? Do you know what the characteristics are of supremacy culture?
Yeah, I see them every day since we've elected Donald Trump.
Well, no, I said supremacy culture. Like, do you know what the characteristics are of supremacy culture?
Yeah, I would say mainly to a group of people or a belief, an ideology, a thought that one group is more superior than another group, and so on and so forth.
Well, I guess so. I wasn't asking you to define what supremacy culture is. I was asking if you know how to identify the characteristics, right? So, typically within supremacy culture or supremacy ideologies,
I think my connection is
as you
bad. I
said, I'm
can't
sorry,
hear you.
you can't hear me. You can't hear me, Pastor Mitchell, or what's your name, Pastor Mike or Pastor Mitchell? Are you there?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna put you on mute.
You asked
You
me
do
if I
have
could identify.
a connection issue. I think there is a delay, so I'm gonna put you on mute, but and then you can respond in just a second, okay? So what I was saying is, I wasn't necessarily asking you for the definition of what supremacy culture is. I was asking if you know how to identify the characteristics or the features of a culture of supremacy ideologies. And typically within a supremacist culture, as you've already stated, there are claims of inherent superiority, which we see with the children of Israel. They are the chosen, the treasured possession out of all the humans to the God in Israel. There's typically this hierarchy within that society. There is privileges for the chosen or the elite of that society, and we see that within the laws of Moses, right, where the Israelites could own land, but if there were foreigners that lived amongst them that even converted to the cult of Israel, they could not own land. The land was for ethnic Israelites only. The Israelites could not charge each other interest on loans, but they could charge foreigners interest on loans. Israelites could not be enslaved for life or, kept as property or ruled over harshly, but they could enslave foreigners for life and rule over them and treat them like slaves and pass them down to their children. There is typically dehumanization of outsiders within the supremacy uh, cult or culture. And we see that with Gentiles being dehumanized to dogs or the bulls that were around David when he was writing. So it's typically like dehumanizing those who are not within the culture or the elite group. The intermixing and marrying, we see that with Ezra and Nehemiah, where Ezra and Nehemiah are pretty pissed when they come back into the Levant area after being in exile. The people have lost their culture. They've married foreign women, had children with them, and now the holy seed isn't pure anymore. And so they banned interracial marriages and made the Israelites who had married foreign women and had children with them, make them leave their wives and their children so they could go back to, protecting the holy seed. Everything that they do is justified. It's divine and it's justified. You barely can speak anything bad about what they do because they're protected by this divine thing because they are chosen in the elite. And they typically are focused on dominating other communities and controlling, taking what the other communities have and controlling that. And it's very violent in nature as well. And so when you say that you don't necessarily see this in Jesus, I guess I could understand why, because I'm pretty sure you can see these characteristics within the Israelite culture in the Old Testament and the Hebrew scriptures. And you don't necessarily see Jesus going throughout and doing the conquering and all of that. But Jesus was an Israelite, and he preached about following Israelite way of life, right? Following the law of Moses and the prophets. He dehumanized the Canaanite woman, even in Revelation when he's, talking about giving those that chose him or bowed down to him the tree of life back. He calls those that did not dogs. He prioritized the well-being of the Israelites in all of his teaching. So like I don't I can understand why someone might not see the supremacist ideology in Jesus or see Jesus as an Israelite supremacist because they don't usually talk about the fact that Jesus was an Israelite in modern Christianity. Does that make sense?
Yes, yes, it does, and I agree on what you're saying in reference to the Old Testament. However, the understanding there is that's humanity's behavior towards each other. God just did the best He could to deal with us and work with us. However, we chose to do things the way we wanted to do, and quite often it was failure. When
Can I
Jesus
ask
came,
why
He
you're saying?
created a new covenant.
One second before you go for it. Can I ask why you are saying we? I'm not an Israelite. I would have been classified as a Gentile. And so the things that the Israelites did in the Hebrew scriptures have nothing to do with me. Those were actions of Israelites. And some of them were actions that the Israelites did without, but in disobedience to their God. And some of the actions the Israelites did commanded by their God. And some of the actions the God did. But I don't know why you're using the word we, because my people wouldn't be involved in any of that.
Just in a general sense, it wasn't meant to be an
But where you
all-inclusive
said
for
no, you said humanity, right? Except it wasn't humanity. And in the Hebrew scriptures, it very explicitly says that this God chose a specific group of humans out of all of humanity. And that story is written from a one sided perspective of those humans. And so I don't necessarily understand why believers today expect all of humanity to take on the accountability of that group of people. We would have been Gentiles. We didn't do any of that stuff.
Right. I don't think that was really the message, to take
What
on the
message?
Israelite way of life. I don't think that was the overall consensus.
Like, can you show me biblically where that is not the case? Because, like, to get eternal life back, that's literally what you end up doing, right? Like, Jesus was an Israelite.
Yes, he was. And he also rebelled against that very
No, he didn't.
premise that,
No,
sure he did.
where, which scripture?
I can't quote it verbatim.
You don't have to
However,
quote it verbatim.
it
If you just
is,
kind of mention it, I can find it.
yeah, when he called the Pharisees brood of vipers, and
That was
diminished them
him
for
for
their
not following
nonsense.
the law. He did that because they were not following the law. The Pharisees were reinterpreting the law to fit a modern audience, and he wanted them to follow the law strictly. He called them hypocrites because they were not strictly following the law, and they were creating their own traditions.
Right.
That's not him rebelling against the Israelite way of life. That's him saying that they getting mad because they were not.
Well, I beg to differ. He kind of infuriated them because it took away from their ways of making money under the table, the money changers, and capitalizing on their arrogance and piety. And
But
he
that's
fought
not the
against that.
Israelite way of life. Like, what you're talking about is when he went into the temple and he turned the tables over and he
Right.
twisted cords into a whip and chased people out of the temple. And the reason why he did that is because he felt they were disrespecting the temple, because that's where the sacrifices and things were to be done according to the law. So, like, them being in the temple and exchanging money in the temple for Rome, that's not Israelite way of life. That was Rome. That was Rome intermixing with, what the Israelites were supposed to be doing and not making it holy, right? And Jesus was mad about that. And so that's not him rebelling against the Israelite way of life. That's him rebelling against Rome. And and
Well, they
and
were just as culpable.
I'm not talking about that. That's not the point. I'm saying, what I'm talking about is you saying that Jesus rebelled against the Israelite way of life. He didn't. He did not. At least I don't see that in the text. And the two things that you brought up is not him rebelling against the Israelite way of life.
Well, he defied the laws that they had set into motion,
Which laws?
healing people on a Sabbath.
There is no law that says you can't heal on the Sabbath.
Yeah,
There
there
are a
is.
lot of things. No, there's not. There
You're
there
not
are a
supposed to
lot.
work on a
That
Sabbath, and that was
healing
considered
isn't
work.
work. Healing isn't work. They were allowed to give sacrifices on the Sabbath. They were allowed to pray on the Sabbath. They were allowed to circumcise on the Sabbath. So there are a list of things that they are not allowed to do on the Sabbath. There are also a list of things that they can do on the Sabbath, but healing wasn't one.
There was well over 123 laws that they had to live by that they couldn't live up to.
There were 613.
Yeah, yeah. There you go.
Right, but what we're talking about is whether Jesus rebelled against that law, and I don't see where he did. He told his disciples in Matthew 23 to that the scribes and the Pharisees now had Moses' authority. He says they now sit in Moses' seat, which means they have the authority of Moses now. He said, "Do everything they teach you." Follow everything they teach you, but don't do what they do because they don't practice what they preach. And so he very explicitly told his disciples to follow the law of Moses. Don't follow the actions of the Pharisees, but follow what they read from the law.
Which law was he referring to?
The law of Moses, the law of Israel and the prophets.
Well, you had Levitical laws.
Right? You had the law of
You had,
Moses. You had the law of Moses, right? You had the
yeah.
Sinai covenant. You had the Deuteronomy renewal covenant, and then you have the holiness code. And then you have the writings of the prophets, and he told his Israelites to follow all of that.
I'll have to cross-reference that because I'm not sure that that's how it added up. Because he was the new covenant.
And what was that new covenant? Just blood?
No, no,
What was it?
no. When he was asked what the two most important, what the most important commandment was,
And he said
he
what?
was he said to love one another as I have loved you.
Do you know where he got that from? He did that. That's not actually what he said. He said, "Love your neighbor as you love yourself, and love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, and might."
Yes.
Yeah, but do you know where he pulled those from?
Not off the top of my head, no.
So if we think about what the Israelites asked him, like the question that they asked him, what were the two most important commandments of what?
The most important commandment of God, and they were
They
questioning
didn't say
him
of God.
from,
They did not say of God.
or just generally. Generally, they asked, "What
No,
is the most
they asked
important?"
what were the two most, which commandment in the law was the greatest, right? They said of the law, right? Let's see. I was going to read Matthew 23 to you, but let's go to 22 first. Oops, sorry, wrong thing. Let's see. I think it's down here. The same day, some Sadducees. No, that's not it. Hold on. Yeah. When the Pharisees heard that he had silenced the Sadducees, they gathered together, and one of them, an expert in the law, asked him a question to test him. Teacher, which commandment in the law is the greatest? So if like they're asking him about the law of Moses, right? So of course
Yes.
he's going to quote the law of Moses, right? That's
Yeah.
common
Which of the
sense.
10 Commandments? I
He
would
did not
assume.
quote the 10 Commandments here. He didn't quote the 10 Commandments here. He quoted from the Holiness Code, from the Levitical Code. He quoted Leviticus 19 and 18.
Okay.
Yeah, he quoted, "You shall not take vengeance or bear a grudge against any of your people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord." So he quoted that. Now we know that the holiness code, this part of the law, is referring to Israelites, right? Verse 1 says, the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to all the congregation of the Israelites and say to them," right? So Moses is talking to the congregation of Israel and giving them this command. The neighbor here is a fellow Israelite, a brother or a sister who is an Israelite. We also know that because the in verse 33, he he gives them a command on how to treat foreigners when they live in the land of Israel. And he says, when an alien resides with you in your land, you shall not oppress the alien. The alien who resides with you shall be unto you as a native born among you. You shall love the alien as yourself, for you are aliens in the land of Egypt. So he gives them the same love the foreigner as yourself, that he gives to the Israelites, love an Israelite as yourself here, but when they live in Israel, right? So it's kind of like saying how we should be right now in America, right? When we have foreigners that live in America, we should be treating those foreigners, like an American. But I digress on that, especially if people are Christians or they're following this God. But I digress. But this is what he didn't quote this part when they asked him the two most important of the law. He quoted this: love an Israelite as yourself, right? And then he quoted, love the God of Israel with all your heart, soul, and might. And he said, on these two hangs the entire law, with basically saying, like, if you can do these two, if you do these two, right, then you should be able to fulfill the law. That's what he said to them.
Yes.
That's not the new covenant, though. Like, I was asking you what's the new covenant, because he didn't necessarily give any new laws when he said, this is my covenant. He just poured out some blood. So from what I see, is the new covenant is just blood, not any new set of laws. Like, I don't see any commands that Jesus actually gave to Gentiles and said, okay, this is for the Gentiles and this is how I want the Gentiles to live. Here are the laws. Like, I don't see any of that from
No,
Jesus to the
no,
Gentiles.
not specifically, and I don't think he was really specific either to Jewish people, because at that time of the Last Supper, it was very intermingled at that point. You had Gentiles and Jewish Israelites that were involved in that whole scenario.
Yeah, what Gentiles were at the Last Supper?
Oh, I don't know who the other Gentiles were.
Like, his disciples were at the Last Supper. They were all Israelites. Like the 12 disciples, right? They were all Israelites. Like, what, like, I've not heard of any Gentiles there.
I don't know. My lack of knowledge is not helpful, really.
Let me ask you a question. But you said that you've started several churches,
I did. I did.
and you said that you don't do eisegesis but exegesis,
Yes.
and eisegesis would be the interpretation, right? Like, you interpreting the scriptures, but you're saying you just go by
Yes.
scripture
You interpret Scripture through Scripture.
with eisegesis, but
But
which is what you don't do, right?
no. Eisegesis is putting into Scripture.
Right, which is what you don't do, right?
No, I
You
don't.
do exegesis,
Yes.
which is just taking scripture as is.
Yes, as it stands. And if I have any issue with interpretation, I will. I'll confer with concordance. I will seek the message through the rest of the Bible.
And so, and I'm not trying to be offensive, and I don't know
That's
any other
okay.
way to ask this. I'm very straightforward, but without you, it doesn't quite sound like you know a lot about this character and about the history of the story. It sounds like you have reinterpreted your own version of Jesus, and that you would be dealing more so with eisegesis than
No,
exegesis.
I think what I have is I don't have enough knowledge per se to be apologetic and combat you with this information, and that's fine. That's fine. I'm
But
okay
I'm
with
not
that.
asking you to be apologetic. I'm asking you to back up what you're saying as far as how Jesus was not a like he wasn't, following the law. He's rebelling against the law. Like, these are the things that you're saying, right? All I'm doing is going to the Bible and reading the Bible, and it's not backing up what you're saying.
Well, it was
And
quite evident that he rebelled against the Jews. He declared himself to be God.
what we did not talk
So
about
that in
whether
itself was,
you and I didn't talk about whether he rebelled against the people. You said he rebelled against the law and against the Israelite way of life. Again, as I stated, the people were trying to move away from the mundane practice of the Mosaic law, and Jesus didn't want them to do that. Jesus was
they were moving
Jesus
away
was
from
more.
traditions of men.
I'm sorry. Jesus didn't want the traditions of men would be like, if I give you an example, the Bible condoned slavery, and early Christians believed that slavery was God ordained, and men came and said, I don't care what that book says. I don't care what your God says. It's immoral. And so they created new traditions, right? That's tradition of men, because the God condones slavery and never condemns it, right? So if we look at the Pharisees, let's look
I
at
don't think
Matthew.
that's true either.
I'm sorry. I, I,
I don't think
I'm
that's
pretty
true.
sure. I'm sorry, Pastor Mitchell. Please don't cut me off when I'm talking, okay? I'm pretty sure you're not going to think that's true. And I don't know if it's because you've not ever read Leviticus 25, Exodus 21, Deuteronomy 20, Deuteronomy 13, Deuteronomy 18. I don't know. I mean, literally, Solomon and Saul used slave labor to build their kingdoms. But the point that I was bringing up is, in the Bible, the God condones slavery. Israelites were slave masters. In the text, Paul tells slaves to obey their earthly masters, do it with fear and trembling. Jesus never condemns the practice of owning another human. And so there was a point in history where Christians believed that owning another human was God ordained. We can't deny that. That is a part of Christianity's history. Today, Christians don't believe that, because humans created their own tradition, got together, they fought against the practice of slavery and abolished it, right? That would be a human tradition. Where Jesus in Matthew 15 is talking to the Pharisees about a law that's in the Mosaic law that says if children disobey their parents, that they are to be executed, they're to die the death. Well, the Pharisees had created their own tradition. I'm gonna put you on mute, okay? The Pharisees had created their own tradition and allowed the children to give whatever financial support they would have given to their parents, to honor their parents, to take care of their parents, to give it to the temple, right? And they did not have to get executed. And Jesus felt that, one, that was nullifying the law of God, because God said disobedient children were to die. And he felt that because the Pharisees had created this tradition, it was causing more children to dishonor their mother and father, right? And so if we look at those two things, like, Jesus would have been against not following the law of God and humans doing their own thing to abolish slavery.
How do you explain Israel coming out of Egypt?
Again, remember, we are talking about supremacy ideologies, right? The God did not want his chosen to be enslaved to other humans. He wanted them to be the slave masters of other humans on earth, and he would be their slave master. Israel are enslaved to the God, right? He bought them out of Egypt. He paid the price to get them out of Egypt, and then he made them masters on earth and gave them statutes on how to operate that structure. He was okay with them owning other humans. He just didn't want them owned by other humans.
Yeah, I don't see that. I'm sorry.
You
I
you
just
don't
don't see
see
that.
you don't see what?
I don't see him wanting to have them to be a master race and have slaves. I just don't see that.
Oh, I don't know how much of the Bible have you read, Pastor.
I guess I've
Leviticus
read none.
25. That's what it sounds like. Leviticus 25 here. If any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. Right? This is referring to the Israelites. Don't make an Israelite serve as a slave. They shall remain with you as a hire bound laborers. They shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. They are to be indentured servants or debt workers for a period up until Jubilee, which was usually 6 years or 49 years, released in the seventh year or the 50th year. Then they and their children shall go out from your authority. They shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property. And then he says here in verse 42, for they are my servants, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. So the Israelites belonged to the God, right? You could not rule over an Israelite as a slave. They could not be sold as slaves or sold. You shall not rule over them with harshness, but shall fear your God. So those are the privileges that an Israelite had in the land of Israel. And then starting at verse 44, we get the instructions for how to regarding foreign slaves. And he says, as for the male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. So you cannot treat an Israelite as a slave, but you can treat a non-Israelite, a foreigner, as a slave. You can sell them, you can buy them, you can will them to your children because they are to be your property for life. That is Leviticus 25. And this is after they left Egypt.
Okay.
You've never read that before?
I have.
So why did you just say that you don't see where he brought them out of Egypt and allowed them to be slave masters?
Because I don't see it that way. I don't cherry pick the Bible. I'm
You
sure
don't
there's
see
a
that
lot
he
more that
allowed.
goes with that.
Sure, yeah. Tell me what goes with them being allowed to be slave masters.
I can't. I can't.
So you're just saying things.
Just can't.
You're just saying things right
No.
now. Well, then why did you say what you just said?
Because I don't accept that.
You don't
It's
accept
not
the
the way
word of
you.
your God.
I don't accept that you cherry pick certain things and
What did I
seep
cherry
into your
pick?
own agenda.
What did I cherry pick? You said that you didn't see where the God allowed them to be slave masters, and I took you to the text where he allowed them to be slave masters.
I just don't. I just don't. Those weren't where my studies were encased. And
I'm pretty sure it
I
wasn't.
think it's. I
I'm
just
pretty
think
sure
it's
it wasn't.
deceitful.
What's
I think it's a
deceitful? Your
twist
God?
of no your interpretation and how
I
you
haven't
perceive
interpreted
Scripture.
anything, Pastor. I've only read. What we just did was exegesis that you claim that you do. I'm not
Mhm.
interpreted anything. I've read the text where your God is speaking to Moses, to the Israelites, and he says, "As for the male and female slaves whom you may have." Like this is just basic reading comprehension. Those are your God's words saying you may have slaves, and those slaves you can get them from foreign nations. You can get them from the foreigners who live in your land. You can keep them as a possession and pass them down to your children as property. That's just basic reading comprehension. I think what you're
Do
doing
you,
right now is deceitful. And then I think
that's fine. You're
yeah,
entitled to think whatever it is you wish.
yeah, you're being deceitful.
But I don't see it that way.
Of course you
I
don't see
think you're
it that
trying to
way.
paint Jesus Christ as being something that's just not true.
I mean, you haven't been able to pull up anything in the Bible to paint the picture of this Jesus that you claim is true, and that to me is deceitful, right? If I can go to the Bible and pull up your Jesus's words and say, "See, this is where Jesus said this. See, this is where your God said this. See, this is where the Israelites did this." I'm not the one being deceitful. You are. Like it's almost as if the Jesus you believe in is just air and that Jesus never actually said a word, which is probably why you haven't studied. And then it makes me wonder what you've been preaching to the churches that you actually did create. Like if you don't know this book, right? If you can't back up the things that you're saying to me here, what were you actually saying to your parishioners?
To love one another.
You just got up there every Sunday and said love, 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 love. That's it.
Absolutely.
What did you teach about homosexuality?
I didn't.
You
When
didn't.
the
What
question,
you
no,
didn't you
when the
didn't teach about
question was,
that?
when the question was put to me, I said everybody is a human being, and they are deserving of love just as everybody else is, whether you think they're wrong or they're not wrong.
What did you teach about, so when did somebody ever come to you and ask you about the history of slavery with Christianity?
No, that was never a topic.
That was never a topic. So was
There
your
was
church
chattel slavery in America. That
I
was
said
absolutely
slavery. I
horrible.
said slavery with Christianity. But is your church predominantly white?
Yes, at that time, yeah.
And nobody ever asked about the Exodus 21,
No.
where your God allowed the Israelites to sell their daughters into slavery.
Yeah, well, like I said, I don't know about that.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I don't know about that.
You don't know. It sounds like you don't know a lot about the
I
book.
focused my life on Jesus Christ
I think you've made up your own
and the New
version. I
Testament.
think what you've done is that you've made up your own version of Jesus Christ. And so for you to say you don't see supremacist culture in Jesus or in Jesus's story when you don't necessarily read the book is a dishonest thing for you to say, right? And I do think that like a lot of people today have been taught to just ignore the Old Testament. They start with the New Testament. They don't know the history of their Jesus and his people. So they read his words in a reinterpreted modern day sense, kind of like what the Pharisees were doing. And honestly, that wouldn't be a bad thing if there were not people on the earth who knows that your Jesus is teaching supremacy ideologies and they're following that stuff and supremacy exists, right? And supremacy just continues to perpetuate violence and hate, while everybody else is reinterpreting this fake Jesus and teaching lies to churches full of people. And so they don't know what to look out for, right? Especially when there's a Jesus amongst them who is
Okay.
supremacist.
Okay, if that's how you feel, I can't change the way you feel.
That's not how I feel. That's how it is. And like it sounds like to me that you would be. Yes,
No,
it
I
is.
see. I disagree. I
Well, yeah.
don't
I mean,
think
you
so.
don't have really any grounds to disagree because you don't read your book, though. Like you came up here to just like talk, like where and here we actually do go to the book. We go to archaeological data. like things like that. Like we're actually trying to understand, right? And you
Archaeological data, well, that verified that God exists, right?
no. If archaeological data can verify that your God exists and you don't have a God, your God
No,
is
it
a
didn't.
man. You just said it did, and I said no. I said if archaeological data can verify that your God exists, then you don't have a God, you have a man. Because your God is supposed to be timeless and immaterial. But I think like just having this discussion to where you just deny things, and I'm really trying to understand why there are people pointing fingers at each other saying this person is a Christian, this person is not a Christian, and when y'all all say the same Jesus, like that's what I really care about. I don't care about going back and forth with you when you're not able to defend your like the things that you say. But I thank you for coming up.
Okay,
Have a good one.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Imagine starting multiple churches with that. This is why I say people don't ask enough questions for me. That's ridiculous. You can quite literally tell that this man does not know what the hell he's talking about. And to start multiple churches where people come and sit down and listen to you talk, it's crazy.
I wonder if he was even telling the truth about that. Like ain't no way in hell somebody is just. I don't know. Maybe I
I
don't know.
believe it.
You think he
I
was telling
believe
the
it.
truth?
I believe it. Absolutely. I believe it.
That is sad. He said, "I just preach and love everybody." Like, what's the point of Jesus? Like, what's the point of this Bible if you're not gonna fucking read it? And then he came up here saying that he does exegesis. No, you don't, because you don't even read.
Right. And the reason why I believe that is because all people, like, all somebody like him has to do, right, is just hold on to a Bible while he talks, right? He could quite literally have a whole speech about how amazing Jesus is and how everything is kumbaya and all that, and hold on to a Bible while he's saying that. And the people will look at that image and say, oh, whatever he's saying is in that Bible. I don't have to read it. That's it. That's why I believe it.
That's true. Like the man that be in the movies.
Yep.
Yeah, that is so true. Yeah. Kipera, my aunt, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Paychecks, box on purpose or on accident? Nikki B,
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Thanks for asking. Happy birthday, Ria.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Did you come up on purpose?
I did.
Okay.
But I
What are your
don't
thoughts?
think I can offer anything different.
Oh, okay. What did you come up to say?
I mean, I don't, I was talking to Ducky in the chat. Like, I'm not here to change anybody's mind because that's not my purpose, I don't think. And I think, honestly, you probably do know the book better than anybody you've ever talked to up here claiming to have faith. And that's a fault. That's a fault of a lot of the Christians out there. That's a fault of whether you're the loving Jesus or you're the Old Testament awful treat people like property Jesus. But at the end of the day, and I know, yeah, public is already like epic fail. And he's not going to like what I say, or she's not going to like what I say. But at the end of the day, I can only go off of, I can do my best to interpret. I mean, everything has to be interpreted in the context that it was written. That's really important too. So I can add historical reasonings of why I believe that things were mistranslated or we're not reading it in the context. Like everybody thought like, we'll be like a little child, but children had no value back then. Often children were like laborers or sold. So when Jesus was saying, be like this little child, it was essentially like be like nothing because your value lies in me and follow me and be a servant unto me. So, I mean, I could say a whole bunch of things that might not reflect, but I will say that what the pastor and Lily, who I think was up here earlier, I am very much in alignment with them, but I did grow up in a faith base. I do have some historical context, but I think you have a better understanding of the actual word for word of the Bible than I do. But I will say that I think that that the ultimate law is to love thy neighbor as thyself, and anything that doesn't, there's three things in there, right? To love your neighbor as yourself indicates that you have to love yourself, and then you have to love God, and then you have to love your neighbor. And I think if you don't truly love yourself, I don't think you can love others. And then I think if you don't love God, you cannot love yourself. So,
Do you find it contradictory that this same Jesus, if he's saying to love everybody, also tells people to deny themselves? Like if you're denying yourself, how can
right.
you love yourself?
I think
Like
that's like the
most
non-selfish thing.
Christians,
Like I
most
could go to a party,
I'm
right? And
sorry,
I could
can I
want,
finish? Let
Hold
me finish.
on,
yes,
Nikki.
sorry.
Most believers get up here and they don't really know themselves. Like they can't even give themselves credit for freaking getting out of bed every day and clocking in. They have to give that credit for their body waking up in the morning to a God. Like when they budget their bank account and they pay their bills, right? They have to give that credit to a God. They can't even credit themselves for the things that the things that they do that's human, right? And so I I don't think commanding love has it helped the world at all.
I mean, and the way that we've seen it, I think you would be correct. And the way that it's been demonstrated through people, it's going to be flawed, right? It's really hard to be unselfish all the time, and it's really hard to be self when you're stuck in those feelings, especially in the United States in survival mode. I mean, like talking about what happened at the Delta College, like we all can agree, right? That's awful, but how many people are actually going to do anything to get that man and his family justice, right? That to me is love, right? Doing the right thing is love. But how many of us who even care follow it through? Very few.
I don't think you can speak for the black community. I don't think you can
I
do
won't.
that. Yeah, but you just did.
I won't.
You just did. Like the black community marches all the damn time
I know.
when these types of things happen. So
Right. I'm
like
talking
try
about the white community.
but I when you say how many of us, right? Like you can't add everybody in that. Like and this is why I say that there is an issue with making love this universal command, because the way you love and the way I love are not the same, right? I can love you, and I should be the one to decide whether or not I love you or not, right? I can respect you having life and not cause you harm, but I'm not going to tell myself that I love someone that I don't, and I'm not going to tell that person I love them when I don't. And then I think that this is why people feel like they have they don't know how to respect boundaries, and consent isn't a thing because Jesus has given everybody's consent away. When he's like, just love everybody. Jesus damn near created a whole ass orgy with the whole universe, and everybody feels like they have access to every human that they come in contact with, and they lose their shit and fall apart and become so disrespectful the moment they meet a boundary because they've not been taught boundaries and consent,
Can
right?
you love something you don't respect though? Because I think wouldn't respect
I
fall
don't
in
I,
line
I
with love?
don't I don't love everything that I respect. That's what I'm saying.
No, but can
I
you
can
even love
respect you
something
and
that you
not
don't
love you.
respect? Right, exactly.
I'm sorry, but like you're talking while I'm talking. That's not respect. But I can respect someone or respect something and not love it. What I'm saying is love should not be commanded. And I think it's crazy because I actually started the live off with a song that I wrote today titled Love Shouldn't Be Commanded.
hmm Yeah. But I can also say, like, if you going out and respecting other people, is that not a form of love?
No,
You
it
don't
might
think
be
so?
the way you love, Nikki B, but you cannot put your definition of how you love on me.
That's fair. And I don't think I'm trying to, but like, I also think like you cannot really love something that you don't respect. I think respect and love do have to go hand
Listen
in
to
hand.
listen to what you're saying. You can't love something that you don't respect. I never said that I love people that I don't respect. I said I can give you respect and not love you.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the same thing. Me respecting you as a human,
Mm-hmm.
respecting your right to life, your
Mm-hmm.
right to food, your right to exist, does not mean I love you. It means I respect your existence.
Mm-hmm.
But if I love you, that's going to look very different. No one's going to command me to love any damn body.
Mm-hmm.
Because if then you feel like you have access to me that I don't want you to have access to, and only I get to decide who has access to me in specific types of ways.
I think
But
that's
I
fair.
can definitely respect you. I can respect your right to life. I can respect your right to not be harmed. I can respect your right to food, to water, to shelter, and still not love you. But if that's love to you, then that's love to you, right? I'm not telling you that if you respect people that doesn't mean you don't love people. I'm telling you like who I am.
Okay. And that's fair. I'm not saying that's not allowed because I would argue in my definition, I think in order for me to even love something in the way that I view it, I would have to respect them as well. I would have to show respect, right?
I mean that's fine, but I don't think you. I think you're still you're you are not hearing that I start with respect and love is earned when it comes to me, right?
That's
I'm not saying that. I I guess I'm confused why you're saying that you have to love and love the person that you respect and that you can't love something that you don't respect. I don't know why you're saying that
I agree.
because
I think everything starts with respect. Everything starts with respect. I agree.
well that's for you. Like if that's what you're saying for yourself, I'm not saying that that's the way you have to be. Is what I'm saying.
Right.
I'm just explaining to you how I approach life and how I approach society.
Mm-hmm. I think the fact that you respect someone's, I think, again, I think even though you're saying I'm not loving this person, I'm just showing respect. Like respecting someone's right to food, to life, to resources. I see that in a way love. And I know you don't, and that's fine. But to me that's a form of love. It's not like the quote unquote highest love. It's like it's amazing I think that's like the baseline of love is respecting someone's right to live, prosper, have access to what they need.
I think that's cool for you, but that's not love to me. But that's cool for you.
Yeah. Um so I think that's just the way that I've seen that. And I think you have to have that respect for yourself as well, right? There's a lot of people that live life not respecting themselves, right?
Yeah, I think a lot of people have to be taught that it's okay to respect themselves. Like religion
Yeah.
teaches you that you are to put others before you, right? First off, the God goes before you, others go before you, and then you are to be this unselfish person, and be selfless, right?
Where does
And
it
so,
say to put someone else before yourself?
give me just a second. I'll pull it
Sure.
up.
Yeah. Oh, I will do the same.
All right, there are several.
Okay.
The first one is going to be Matthew 10:43.
Okay.
I mean Mark, not Matthew. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. But it is not so among you. Instead, whoever wishes to become great among you must be your servant, and whoever wishes to be first among you must be slave of all. For the Son of Man came not to be served, but to serve, and to give his life a ransom for many.
Mm-hmm. The Son of Man, not everyday man.
I'm sorry, say that again?
So it says like Jesus came to put himself before others, not necessarily that men came to earth to put themselves before others.
It says, but it is not so among you.
Right. It's
Instead,
not.
whoever wishes to become great among you must be your servant. And whoever wishes to be first among you must be slave of all. He's talking to his disciples and he's telling them how to be. And he says, be like this because the Son of Man came not to be served, but to serve and to give his life a ransom for many. So he's saying, be like me.
Mhm.
Right.
But where does it say like serving? Yeah. Okay. So I was actually a food server, and my job is a service industry. If I don't eat, how am I going to be effective for the client that I have? If I don't drink water, how can I be effective for my clients? If I'm not healthy in my mind, how can I show up for people? Yes, I can still be a servant to them. I very much am a servant to the people that in my community and my job, but I'm also at some point, sometimes my needs have to come first in order for me to be an effective servant.
I mean, I agree with you, right?
Right.
But your book doesn't.
It doesn't, but I
I'm
disagree.
sorry. This is the second time that you cut me off, right? And I see that you are a nerd. So I know that you know that, like, I don't like for people to cut me off.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. As I was saying, I agree with you, but your book does not. And like Jesus and Paul both says that your mission as a believer in Christ is to serve other people, right?
Right. But it doesn't say
Here,
that.
I'm sorry. There you
It
go
doesn't say
again.
that I
I'm
don't love
sorry,
my
Nikki
clients.
B. Nikki B.
Um,
This is going to be the last time that I'm going to warn you. Don't cut me off again. You're going to get your chance to respond. And as a nerd, like I know I don't quite know who you are. But I do see that you have a nerd badge. I don't know if you were gifted the badge or like how long you've been in the community, but you got to know that I do not like. Okay. And so when I talk about respect, right, I give respect until you teach me how to treat you. And if you keep cutting me off, I'm going to get belligerent. And I don't want to do that. Like, I want to have a conversation with you. So that's what I'm trying to learn. So a super nerd is someone who's what? Who's a dragon? What's a super nerd so that I know? Because I need to know who I'm talking to. Somebody gifted that. Okay. Nikki B, did you subscribe or did you get gifted that nerd badge?
I subscribed.
Okay. No, she's a subscriber. And so like that means that you've been in here a while and you know like the talking over it and interrupting, like we can't do that in here. Okay?
I apologize.
All
That's
right.
something I'm actively working on all the time.
Okay.
I deeply apologize. It's not my intention.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. But what I was trying to say is that both Paul and Jesus teach that the duty of a believer, right, is to put others before you. And so in Philippians I think it's verse 3. Do nothing from selfish ambition or empty conceit, but in humility regard others as better than yourselves. Let each of you look not to your own interest, but to the interest of others. Let the same mind be in you that was in Christ Jesus. And this was quoted to me all the time growing up. Like I had the hardest time even, charging for, when I would go out and speak and people would ask me to come and give keynotes. I had the hardest time charging that. For the longest, I wouldn't even charge a nonprofit to speak. And I remember my mom saying to me, God didn't give you that gift to make money off of it. Like, it was hard for me to even charge my worth. Does that make sense?
I can understand how you're reading it. And again, I still don't think that anywhere does it say to deprive yourself at the cost, or depriving yourself is the cost that you must do for other people. What was the previous one that you read? It was do not do so with selfish ambitions. I think that's very much true, right? Like, if you're going to do something kind for somebody, it shouldn't be because that makes you quote unquote a good person. It should be something that you're developing within your character, right?
No. It literally says, let each of you look not to your own interest, but to the interest of others. That is verbatim.
But how does that say not to love yourself, though?
Did I say it said not to love yourself, or did I say that Jesus taught to put others before you? And you, like, when what we were talking about was how difficult it is for people to give themselves credit, because they have to put the God before them. They have to put others before them, right? And they barely know themselves. And you say, where does it say they have to put others before them? I never said Jesus said don't love yourself.
So I'm getting from what you said about like not getting credit. Can you dive? You said that you used to give talks, or you used to.
What I'm saying is, like, people don't give themselves credit because we're taught, right? God does everything. You got to give Jesus credit, God credit, right? If you do something good, it's thank you, Jesus, right? You don't know how to say I did that, because the God comes first, right? And then you're to be a servant. And I don't, like, again, my culture of Christianity may be different than yours, because I was raised in a predominantly Black Pentecostal Holy Roller Kojic church. I don't know what denomination you were in, and if your church was diverse or if it was predominantly white. And I know that from talking to very diverse groups of believers, that Jesus is taught very differently. But from how Jesus was taught to me and how this scripture was taught to me, and a lot of Black Christians that I talked to, and even some white Christians, they were taught to deny themselves and put others before them. And it makes it hard to know yourself. It makes it hard to give yourself credit. It makes it hard to even do for yourself. Sometimes you put yourself on, you're so used to putting yourself on the back burner. And then let's just talk about women and what the book teaches about women, right? They teach us that our role is to be the nurturer. We are to care for our husbands. We are to care for our children. We are to care for the Lord in the church, to the point where we don't even have enough room to care for ourselves. And it wasn't, we don't wake up until like we're damn near 40 and we realize that we don't even know what our fucking favorite food is.
Yeah. I don't want to interrupt, but I also want to. I hear you, because that was the hardest point when I did my awakening of all this, was that I am a woman, and I was constantly told in church that I was less than, or I was meant to be a helper to a man, preferably a husband. And that always made me feel, and that women were not supposed to be leaders in the church in a head pastoral role. And that was really difficult, right? To be told that you're less than simply by your gender. But if I'm reading Jesus clearly, right? And I know what you're saying, and I think like you're not hearing me, or I'm just really bad at explaining. It's probably the latter. That if you love your neighbors or love yourself, if you are doing everything for everybody else, how is that loving yourself though? If you are exhausting yourself, that you don't know yourself, that you can't take care of yourself, that's not loving yourself, even if it's in the service of others, right? Like you cannot pour from an empty cup.
That's well, and that's what you have to define for yourself, right? You have to define that for yourself, because for some people, they believe that it's loving others, and they believe that when they see other people excited because you help them pay a bill, that's loving themselves, because they would want somebody to do that for them if they got to the point to where they couldn't pay a bill.
Yeah.
Like no one can answer that for you. Only you know what love is for you. I did a live last year asking what is love, and I don't even have the answer for that. Like everybody's answer is different. I don't think there is this universal answer to what is love. And some people try to say God is love, but everybody has a different God.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Punk said, "Baby, don't hurt me no more."
No more.
No, and I mean, whether there is anything, I appreciate you doing these chats, because I think this is my first time on your live. Like literally the first time that I said, hey, I'm going to come up, and I had to switch to my phone that was dying. This is the first night I've been on your live. I've followed you, but it was like I watched your video, I think, for like a couple minutes, and then I scrolled on, because I was like, oh, this is a good point. I want to go back to this. And I just haven't, because I'm trying not to invest so much on social media these days, but I really do appreciate you having these conversations, and I still want to engage. And I apologize for cutting you off. That's more of a problem to do with me than anything else, and I'm working on it. But when it comes to love, I think you're right. Everybody can interpret it different. But the way that I view love, I think ultimately is like just not harming somebody, and a very like action-based way, right? Like example of this, like my godfather, my dad passed when I was adolescent, and my godfather kind of picked up the role. I didn't know him prior to my dad passing, but he taught me how to drive. He would take me and my best friend to our snowboarding club stuff. Like he still calls me every week to make sure that I'm okay. Like it's those things that I would classify as love, right? Stepping in a way that is helpful to the other person, meeting the other person's need, and then being in that. Like if I was like, I don't want you to teach me how to drive, his response in love would be like, okay. I think it's hard, because you're right. Everybody has a different definition of love. We can't just like you said, we can't impose our love on others and expect that for them to see it as love. That's 100% correct. And nor do I, and I know that I know that a lot of people who claim the name of Christ behind themselves enact their quote unquote love in communities that it doesn't look like love. I'm probably guilty of that too. At one point in time, someone is not ready for the heathens. I don't think you're heathens. I think
don't respond to the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, just talk to us.
Thank you. But I think that's the hard part, is like taking the time right? Or and if you don't have the time, it's just like, so I work internationally all the time. That's part of my role too. And so if I go to a different culture and I look them in the eye, that's considered quite aggressive to them. So I need to like avert my gaze so I can show them that respect, right? Because if I'm looking them in the eye, that's considered aggression. And especially if I'm a younger person, that's also considered disrespectful. If I were to approach them the way I would approach my own community, where looking at somebody in the eye is a sign of respect, I'm not showing them love, even though I'm not trying to even though I'm not trying to harm that person. I could inadvertently harm that person because I don't know what respect looks like to them unless I do the work to research and follow through. So, and again, in that respect, I totally agree. But I also think that there's like universal things in some regard that we can show for love. It's like maybe you open the door for somebody in need. Again, like filling in where you can see a possible need. Like maybe somebody drops a paper, you pick that up for them. It's not this grand gesture. It's not this thing that will ever change their life in any way. Or maybe it's you're behind somebody in a checkout line and, you know, they're struggling to find money and like you pay for them or you just put $5 towards whatever. I mean, not everybody has resources or even to do that, but it's finding ways what works for you, like what you can give and what that person can accept, I guess.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but like for me, there are different words that could be used for that. Like for example, when I was in Chandigarh, India, right? I did not do the research, and I got off the plane, and the company had sent a driver to meet me and my business partner at the airport. And so the driver asked me if I'm hungry, and I go, "Oh, I want a big juicy burger." And the way he looked at me, and I was like, why is he looking at me like that? And so I called my mom to let her know that we had landed. And I told her, I was like, Mom, I was like, he looked at me weird when I said, she said, you didn't say that, did you? I said, yeah. She said, she screamed my name. She's like, they worship cows. She's like, they don't eat. I was like, what? And like, I had no idea. And I felt so bad, but like what I learned right from that trip is like anytime I take a trip to another country, do your research and study the culture so that you can make sure that you are respectful, right? Me respecting their culture isn't necessarily me saying that I love the people there, right? That's just me showing common decency, and it took for me to learn, right? Like for me to make that mistake and not ever want to freaking make somebody look at me like I'm crazy like that ever again. I had to go shopping while I was there too, because didn't know that my short skirts was not welcome there either. So I had to go shopping and all of that while I was there. But that's
though, right?
to me that's common decency, right? And just, respect. If I help, somebody out one day, like they're in the grocery store and they're $20 short on their groceries, and I say, hey, I got it, don't worry about it. And then next thing you know, that person is following me out to the car, and they're, asking me out on a date because they feel like that was love, and they think that we have a connection. No, motherfucker, I just did something nice. I don't, ain't no love here like that, right? It's human decency. Like love to me is something that if it's earned, right? It's not something that I give away just willy-nilly. It can't be commanded. And I'm actually going to play the song once this conversation gets done, because there's more people in here, and I think it's interesting that the conversation is on that. And I just wrote a song today called "Love Shouldn't Be Commanded." And I think people use love so they use the word love so sparingly that it loses meaning.
Do you subscribe to how the Hebrew Bible attributes different types of love? Like there's like romantic love that you have for your family, and then like love I think that you have for your community. I forget I forget when my mom has this bracelet that or what a love that you have for your God. My mom has this bracelet on her wrist that she made before she got dementia, where it says like agape. And she always asks me what it means, and I'm like, "Oh, you made that?" She's like, "I did." She goes, "What does agape mean?" And I was like, "It means you love God." She's like, "I do love God," and I was like, "Awesome." And so I think I agree with you. I think we throw the word, especially in Western culture, around so flippantly. Um, but I don't know why, and I could be 1000% wrong, but everything that I've read in the Bible, like Jesus says, like feed people, comfort those who are mourning. And it could be these very little things. But I, and I know you don't agree, and I understand why, but I do think sometimes these little things that we do can be ways of showing love. Now, are there greater things, like a love that I have, like for a neighbor, right? They are moving soon, and I'm going to really miss them because they've become like a family person to me. But it didn't start that way. It started with me like, hey, thank you so much. Hi, how are you? I'm the new person. And then it kind of escalated with like trust and consistency. And you're right. It was the love that I have for them and that she has for me. It was earned. It was earned over time with trust and consistency. But I mean, I definitely think meeting people where they're at can be an act, even though small, even though it is, you're right. I think human decency, but couldn't that be love though? Couldn't just having respect and human decency for one another be love? Like, how often do we disrespect and take away people's human dignity and decency in this culture?
I mean, if it's love to you, it could definitely be love if that's how you want to define love.
Sure.
I don't subscribe to the agape love. That's unconditional love, right? I don't do unconditional love because love should have conditions. Unconditional
Mm-hmm.
love gaslights me and tells me that I need to forgive my abuser, that I need to stay in a marriage that I'm not happy in because a God died for my sins. I don't subscribe to that type of love.
Yeah, I
But
agree.
but if that is love for you, right, then that's how you've chosen to define love.
Can I ask you something? Do you think that knowing I like the red text of Jesus, knowing the red text of Jesus, do you think that Jesus would say, stay with the person that abused you, stay with your oppressor?
I mean, Jesus was an Israelite and he followed the law and the prophets, and the the women in the law were they could leave their husbands if their husband was trying to downgrade their um, right as the first wife, if the husband had sex with her and he wasn't satisfied, or if he did refuse to give her to his son, and she could get a divorce. Like the husband could divorce her and she could go and marry again. Jesus goes, Moses let y'all do that because y'all had the hardening of your heart. You don't marry, you don't get divorced except for sexual immorality. And because Jesus said that, I stayed in a marriage that I should not have. And I cried night after night for being abused. People telling me, God's going to work it out. You can only get divorced except for adultery. So, yes. Yes,
I'm
I do.
sorry. I'm really sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I'm good now. We've been divorced for 15 years. I've been out of that for 15 years. But I remember the day that I put him out, I just had to say, fuck what the church was saying, fuck what God was saying.
Mm-hmm.
Because one morning I was getting the kids ready and we got into an argument and we got to fighting, and he was on top of me. He drugged me around the house. He had choked me out. He was trying to cut my circulation off, and he was on top of me. My son, my 7-year-old, got on top of his back and was hitting him in the back, telling him to get off my mama, get off my mama. And then my daughter, she was 6, and she's running around us screaming, let her hair go, let her hair go. And he called me a bitch. And I looked at my 7-year-old and I said, don't you ever say that word. And he looked at my son and he said, don't listen to your dumbass mama. If a woman acts like a bitch, you better treat her like a bitch. And
Wow.
when he said that, that was the moment I was like, fuck what the church say, because I can't let my son grow up around this. Like I can't have him teaching my son that this is okay. So that was the moment that I couldn't listen to the church anymore. I couldn't listen to Jesus anymore. And I changed the locks. And then 2 weeks later, my 1-year-old had surgery. He had double hernias, and he had surgery. And so he was my husband at the time. He's my ex now. He was at the hospital with us, and we went to the cafeteria to wait for my son to get out of surgery. And he goes, "I got something to tell you." And I said, "What?" And he said, "I got a baby on the way." And I said, "What do you want me to say? Congratulations."
Right.
And I told him to leave the hospital. But when I fucking tell you the relief I fucking felt, because I did feel guilty, because I thought God was going to get me for kicking my husband out. Like, I literally thought that something was going to happen to me or happen to my kids because I had put my husband out. I had changed the logs. But when he came and told me that he had a baby on the way, I actually started thanking God. I was like, he done committed adultery. And the guilt, was gone, like to the point to where when I met her, I shook her hand. Well, I tried to. She walked out my face. I think she wanted me to be mad. She wanted me to be mad, but I wasn't. But I stayed in a marriage that I should not have stayed in because I was afraid that I was going to get in trouble for getting divorced, because Jesus said that divorce was only for sexual immorality. So yes, I definitely think he would have.
I'm sorry. That is heartbreaking. That must have been so scary. But I can only say like that you did the absolute right thing. And I think if I were your friend in that time, and a Christian friend at that, I would have been like, you have to get out of here. And I understand that guilt because my mom had the same guilt. Like, my mom didn't leave my dad until she found schmugs in the home, and she was a teacher. And she's like, if somebody turns this in, not only will I lose my job, I'll lose my child. And that was the only reason, because she was thrown around as well. And so I thank my mom for that too, because God knows if she or I would have ever made it, because the way that he ended his life was at his own hand. So I get that feeling of like, am I doing? And I saw my mom carry that guilt, and I can't imagine how strong she had to be, or you had to be in that moment. But I think it's like the love that you have for your kids. You're like, I'm not letting this happen to my children. And I think that's like such a strong version of love that makes us the best. And it's like, if you feel that way for your kids and that you want to protect them, this is like where I'm feeling, how much do you think Jesus wants to get you the heck out of that? And he wants to protect you. Because that, like, my feeling is that like God and Jesus wants to show me more love than I could ever show my child, right? More than that. So I am so sorry that you even for a second had to A, go through that, and then B, feel guilty prior to removing yourself from that. That sounds horrible to me. I'm sorry.
I appreciate that. But the reality is that Jesus didn't get me out of it. I did. And the way to get out of it, I had to say, fuck Jesus. I had to say fuck what Jesus was saying, what the people were saying to me that Jesus wanted, right, for me to stay in that marriage. And I actually, like, before I got married, we allowed a pastor, a friend of the family, to do the ceremony, right? My dad was a pastor. My mom was so gung-ho about my dad not doing the ceremony because she wanted him to focus on being the father of the bride. So we allowed a friend of the family to do it who, my mom and my dad trusted really well, and the process is the pastor goes and fasts 3 days and lay before the Lord and get permission to, this is a union that God is putting together. And that's what the pastor did. And he came back and he said, well, daughter, God didn't say no, so it looks like we're having a wedding. My dad died in 2006. And before my dad died, like my dad did not want me to marry this dude. And so before he died, he told me that I was going to go through what I went through. And he said, I need you to be strong. He said, he doesn't hit you now, but as soon as I'm gone, he's going to start knocking you upside your head. And that's exactly what happened. And so I went to the same pastor that married us, and I said, hey, I'm, I'm being abused. Like, this is what I'm going through. And that pastor just patted me on the shoulder and said, it's all right, daughter. God's going to fix it. And walked the fuck out of my face.
I hate that.
And like, it's so the reality is that Jesus did not save me. I had to save myself. I had to, the love for my kids and the future that I wanted for them, especially raising, like I knew what the statistics were for young Black boys. My son wasn't going to be a statistic.
Mm-hmm.
And so I had to put them first before the God. And that's what got me out of there. It wasn't Jesus. Jesus didn't do it. And so, like, sometimes, like, when I hear people say, don't you think Jesus wanted to get you out of there? I've been out of it for 15 years, and Jesus wanting to do something and not doing it is two different things.
Right. If he wanted to, he would.
Can I can't even touch that. I can only say, can I ask a question, like a hypothetical? And if it's too much, you don't have to answer. Please don't. But if you had people in that church who you thought were super godly and you respected them, right? If even the pastor of that church, when you told him, hey, this is happening in my marriage, if people in that church who you trusted, because it seems like at one point you did trust people in your church, right? If they said, that's not good, that's not God in that, we want to get you out of there. And we want to make sure that you and your kids are protected. Would you have stayed with your husband prior to everything else happening?
No. I was
Right.
asking permission to divorce. Like, this is what I'm trying to tell you. And my father was my pastor. That man wasn't my pastor. He is just the pastor that married us because my mom wanted my dad to be the father of the bride. So when all of this was going on, my father was in the ground. If my father was here, he would have whooped his ass, at pastor or not. Like, my dad did not play about me or my sister. He would have
Good.
whooped his ass. But because I was trying to live according to the God and the teachings, that what we were taught is we have to ask permission. Like, we have to go to the pastor and seek guidance, and that they seek God on our behalf. And so, no, I was seeking permission to leave, and I was being told that that's not the will of God, that it has to be God only condones divorce for adultery. And to this day, like the other day, there was a pastor who cheated on his wife on TikTok, and the wife was she was talking to the church. This is a predominantly Black church. And again, I don't know how it's taught in a PWI, but she's talking to the congregation. This man had slept with multiple women in the church and had a baby on the way. But he's standing up and she's forgiving him. And she's like, God's going to make us stronger. I don't know why I'm going through this, and blah, blah, blah. And in the comments, I see comment after comment. You can leave, sis. God allows divorce for adultery. God allows divorce for adultery. And that's what we're taught. That's what we're taught. And even in the face of adultery, some of us are taught that it is our job to heal our husband, to save our husband, and to stay with him and to forgive him. That's what is taught in a lot of the churches.
Yeah. You're right. You're absolutely right. That's why I got a lot of beef with a lot of the churches. I don't think I've ever been to one that preaches what I understand from the red text and Jesus to be. Because arguably, if I were there as your friend, I would say to you, is this showing neighborly love? Is him abusing you showing love? And I think at that time you would have said no, and I would have said, then you need to remove yourself from that person. And I understand why you felt like you couldn't, because again, I didn't grow up in like a predominantly Black church, but I grew up in a non-denominational Christian church in Los Angeles. And even then, I don't know if they would have said the exact same thing, because my parents were divorced by the time I got there. I actually grew up Episcopal, and then we left the Episcopal church due to the priest being inappropriate with children. And then I lost my faith completely. And then when my dad passed, I begged my mom to put me back in Christian school. And even still, I don't think I got more than just a knowledge in Christian school. But how I came to really know who God and Jesus are is through my godfather. Like, he is the only person I have met who claims to be a Christian who treats people with absolute, undiluted love and kindness. Like, all the time. It's crazy. I have not met a single person that dislikes him. And to this day, I struggle with my faith. And sometimes I'm like, God, you're not real. But then I look at him and I'm like, wow. And I know it's hard because you're like, is this just a really good person? Like an abnormally good person? Or is there something to this faith? Is there something that these churches are missing in mass? And I do. I think these churches are missing in something in mass. Like, Jesus literally came like, no one is above God. There is no hierarchy. It's not man above women. It says submit to each other. And then like, that's it. And like, again, you are to work together. It's like everything that I read, everything that I see does not show hierarchy, does not show that being homosexual is wrong. Like, like never have I don't know, I've never in my years been like, oh yeah, that's wrong. You're sinning. That's wrong. I mean, how many priests have corn addictions up there who are saying your lifestyle is wrong? It's crazy to me. But at the very end of the day, what I really look at, what I judge everything in the Bible by are those three metrics. Love God, love yourself, and love your neighbor. If any of those things in the Bible aren't adhering to those three principles, it's not it ever.
I think that's a beautiful thing if the Bible actually aligned with that. Like, the Bible is very misogynistic against women.
Yeah.
It's very violent against women. Like, there's literally a story in here where a woman gets cut up into 12 pieces. Like, she's thrown out and made to be the sacrifice for the priest. Because yeah, like it's a very violent book towards women. And when it gets to Paul, right? Paul says that the man is the head of the woman and Christ is the head of the man, right? That alone is the man is the head of his house. That pushes that hierarchy, right? And that's typically what's taught in both churches, in PWIs and predominantly Black churches. That hierarchy is taught, and it costs a lot of women, causes a lot of women harm.
Oh no,
Right?
I got
Because,
beef with Paul. Mm-hmm.
well, Jesus didn't make it any better. Jesus didn't make it any better.
So, like, you know, back then, like, it was actually quite scandalous, like, to hang out with women. Like, men couldn't just, like, hang with women that they weren't married to or related to, right? Jesus did that a lot. So people hated him even from that. They're like, oh, he's hanging out with women. And then even when he went to save the
Do you know what he was doing with there? It doesn't say anything about a sex worker in here. That's a misogynist retelling of the story.
Somebody,
Hold on, Nikki B.
sorry.
It doesn't say, it doesn't call these women in here whores or sex workers. That is a misogynist retelling of the story, because they're like, if she sinned, what other sin could it be but fucking? Like, it doesn't say that. And then what was I? It was something I was getting ready to say. Oh yeah, the women were. I'm trying to add you back, Rhea. My thing is frozen too. The women were. You know, they were footing the bill. They were paying. They were supporting him out of their own money. Like, honestly, for the women to be around Jesus, like, one could look at that and say, "Oh, how sweet! Jesus was hanging around women when." People frown upon that. Or, hey, Jesus was a cult leader who had wealthy women footing his bill. I mean, what does it say? That the women supported him out of their own means?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah. Thank you.
Let's see. There we go. Soon after he went on through one town and village after another, proclaiming and bringing the good news of the kingdom of God. The 12 were with him, as well as some women who had been cured of evil spirits and infirmities. Mary called Magdalene, from whom 7 demons had gone out. Joanna, the wife of Herod's steward Chuza, and Susanna, and many others who ministered to them out of their own resources. And let's see. I think the King James says.
I got beef with the King James alliterations too.
Yeah, I don't like the King James either.
Me neither.
Yeah, the King James says ministered unto him of their substance. But the NRSVUE says resources. And then if we look, what was that, Matthew? Which verse was that? 3? Verse 3? Where am I? I'm in Luke. Hold on. Yeah, Luke 8:3. Hold on. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, shit.
Thank you for taking the time to do this, though, by the way. I appreciate that.
Oh, you're welcome. So Chuza, this is the oldest copy we have of Luke chapter 8 in history. So it's papyri 75 or between 175 CE to 199 CE. And it says, and Joanna, she was the manager of Herod's finances. So some scholars say that she took some of Herod's money to take care of Jesus.
That would track.
Huh?
That would actually track, because Herod and Jesus had some pretty interesting conversations.
I mean, if that would track for a cult leader too, but like to have her take money from the king. And Joanna, wife of Chuza, a manager of Herod, and Susanna, and others, many who also were serving unto them from the things possessing to them. So yeah, they were using their own resources to take care of Jesus.
I'll have to look into that deeper if you would give me time, or you don't have to, but I'm definitely going to look into this more. You're looking at Luke 8:3. Okay, I'll mark that. Okay. And then
you can look at Mark 15, 40 to 41 too.
Okay. I can't disprove that, but it'd be interesting either way. My only thing is, going back to the woman who was committing adultery as wrong. She was not a sex worker. She was committing adultery. But even he said, like, he who is without sin cast the first stone. I mean, I think they were trying to do the law, right? Because stoning back then was part of law. And he said, and he stopped it and saying, if you are going to live by the law, then you must be perfect in the law. But no one's perfect in the law except him. So the only person there technically that could have, quote unquote, stoned that woman was him. And he
couldn't even do it. He couldn't stone her.
You don't think Jesus could have done it?
He didn't have an authority. Like Jesus, the reason why he said who is without sin cast the first stone, because none of them would have been doing it by the law. The law says that first off, the man and the woman has to be there. If they are committing adultery, there has to be a thorough inquiry, right? 2 or 3 witnesses. It has to be the elders, right? And the judges. None of them were there. And Jesus was neither a judge or an elder, so he could not order an execution. He had no authority to do that.
But the Pharisees
they were testing his knowledge on the law.
That's true.
And if he had condemned her and said stone her, then he would have been wrong, because he wouldn't have been following the law at all. Mm-hmm. But they were wrong for accusing her they didn't bring the other man, right? There was no inquiry done. They were condemning her before they were even following the law. So everybody there would have been sinning had they stoned her, or even had they publicly condemned her.
Right. But he didn't say all that. He could have said, "Where's the man? Where's the trial? Where's this?" He just literally just drew the line and said, whoever is perfect or without sin." I forget the exact
He didn't say
verbiage.
perfect. He said whoever. He said
Is without
he. Right. He said whoever. If you're not sinning right now, go ahead and cast the first stone. That's basically what he said. They didn't have the right to cast the stone. The thing is that in the law, those that are witnesses to a crime, if the inquiry is done, they hold a trial with the elders and at the city gate with the assembly, with the congregation of the Israelites. When the witnesses testify, if the elders deem the witnesses' testimony to be credible, the witnesses are the first to execute the person. But if the elders find that the witnesses were bearing false witness with the intent to get a person stoned, the witnesses then get stoned, and the person who they bore false witness against, or bear false witness against, is the first to throw the stone. So when Jesus is like, okay, if you ain't sinning right now, go and throw the first stone. That's all he said to them. If you ain't sinning, throw the first stone. Because they were not following the law. They were testing him on the law.
And that's what he says in 17. He goes, "In your own law," not God's law, though. He says, "In your own law, it is written that testimony of two witnesses is true." It says your own law, not God's law.
Well, first off, Moses' law, that is the law that the God gave Moses for how to execute justice in Israel. They were to be impartial. This is one of the reasons why the story of Jezebel doesn't fucking work, because the elders were the one who carried out the execution. They were the one who picked the witnesses. They were the one who held the trial, right? And then Jezebel gets demonized for it. And so one of the questions I ask is, did the God know he had corrupt elders in his camp? Because he is the one who gave the law for how to run these trials, how to execute justice. And then he says that even the kings in Israel don't have anything to do with justice in Israel. Only the elders did. And that was his way of making sure that the elders stayed impartial, right? And that they did not take bribes. So that it was actually the God's law. It wasn't man's law. And so that, like, if Jesus, I don't remember Jesus saying that it wasn't God's law, but if he did say that, he was wrong.
Could it not have just been, I mean, like, can you and I agree that men are corrupt? Like, humanity as a whole has severe corruption, right? Even good things.
I don't know. I mean, there are people that are corrupt. Humanity as a whole, no, I'm not. I want to agree with that. I think that there are people who want to just fucking live and not have all these fucking wars. Like, I think it feels like it is all of humanity when those that are in power, who have the resources to do all of this shit, and it makes it feel like it's our fault. It's kind of like saying we couldn't keep the law. We kept sinning against the law. And like I asked the first guy, who the fuck is we? I'm not an Israelite. I ain't in that book. I wasn't the one. Like, he was like, that's what humanity was doing, and God worked for humanity, took his time with humanity. I ain't in that book. I'm not an Israelite. I wasn't the one doing all that stuff. There is no we when it comes to that. And so, like, when those that are in power do fucked up shit, and it affects all of us. We say we are messed up. No, the majority of us probably just want. I think the majority of us want to live in peace. The majority of us, we just want to exist. We want to laugh. Experience life, eat good food, have good sex, right? We don't want to fight all these fucking wars. We don't want to hate Chinese people because fucking the president got like, what the fuck? We hating each other so their asses can stay wealthy. We taking on their fucking guilt or the shit that they're doing when we're just trying to survive. No, I don't think the majority of humanity is corrupt. I don't.
I can get behind all of that. I think you're right. I think, like, people who crave that power, I think you're right. They're the ones who put forth this corruption. And my only challenge, and it's at this point just speculation until I can put more work into it, do you not think that people in like, I mean, we see it in the churches today too. We see it in every church, like people abusing their authority over others or their positions. Like, I don't think pastors should be pastors for life. I think that's too much responsibility. I think humankind can get, with too much power, can be easily corrupted. And I think you serve your purpose for the time that it's meant. And I don't think the time is long because, again, I don't think humans can handle that much authority and quote unquote power. We give people in authority too much power, and that's is easily corruptible. So could it be like when he says your law? Could it be a bastardization of what Moses's law was? Like, when I think Moses' law, I literally just think of the raw text, right? Like the tablets, like that was like, we know if we're looking at the Bible clearly, Jesus or God himself wrote that, not him. So it's like, if I'm looking at the law, those 10 things on those tablets are what I'm looking at, right? Could it not have been that all these people came in these higher religious purposes and wrote all these things corresponding to each of those?
Where are you seeing
Talking
that he
to.
says that?
Yeah.
Where does he say that at?
Your
Your law. Where?
Yeah,
Because
I'm
this
reading.
story is only here in John. It's only
So
in
yeah,
John.
I'm in John 8, and it's verse again. Oh shoot, I just lost it. Pressure's on. Here we go. Sin again, drop to the ground. I think
I
it was
don't
in
remember that being in
7. But I think it was touchstone. Well, this doesn't look good for me, but I read it just verbatim. Hold on, give me a second. I'm not great with pressure. That's why I didn't become a lawyer. Thank God, right? So I'm like, okay. Oh, I think it's down farther. Yeah, 17.
that
8.
doesn't have anything to do with this. This is a different story, right?
Well, no,
With
it's
the
the same story. It just says when the Pharisees challenged him and said like even if my like it continues on. The whole story ends when it comes to
no, this right here. Do you see these right here? Do you see these brackets right here on the screen? This whole story right here was added. Like if we go to 7 and 53, you're gonna see the beginning of those brackets, and what that means is that this was not in the original text, and it was added at a much later time. So like if we start at verse 7, this is called the adulteri. I can't remember I think it's Periscope adulteri or something like that. But it wasn't added until like 375. It wasn't in the original text of John. And that's why the brackets are there. It's like that's a scribe added that story. And what some
what are you looking
scholars
at, by the way?
say,
Can I ask what the yellow one was? Oh, that yeah.
this is the Center for New Testament documents. Like this has all of the images of the oldest copies of each scripture that we have in history. So the oldest copy we have of John 8, actually it starts at 753. Let's see. Is Papyri 5, Witness 5, not Papyri 5. Witness 5 from 375 375 CE. This is the oldest copy we have of that, right? So when we go to John 8, verse 1, it's blank. Do you see that?
Yeah.
It's all blank, even all the way down to, I think, verse 11. It's all blank. So the first time we see it is in Witness 5 and 375. And then we don't see it again at in any other copies. And so what scholars say is that a scribe added that at a later time because they were wanting to stop the executions of women for adultery. So they put it in Jesus's mouth, right, to try to convince people in Rome to stop executing women for adultery. That's what one scholar says. We don't necessarily know why the scribe added that story, but it was added by a scribe. It wasn't written by John.
Can I ask you something? And this is just like something that circulates. I have to. So like one of my original pastors where I grew up, he actually became a Christian trying to disprove Christ to his now wife. He was battling cancer. I don't know if he's still alive. I haven't talked to him in years. He studied Bible theology, and even he actually went to Oxford to study again, like found Christ through trying to disprove his wife. Do you think that there were texts, especially written by women, that are not in the Bible that we have today?
I'm sure there are texts that was written by women. I don't what I mean. Women. There were some women that were educated, that were of high status, but not a lot. Usually, it was the woman that was the first wife that had the rights to education, to some form of education, limited, but not a lot.
So the reason why I'm asking this is that, like you said, like that was an addendum, I guess, to the Bible, you know? Or I don't guess it was addendum. Could it be though that like we're not getting like the full like stories in these texts, right? We're missing some context, we're missing some other clues. Could it be that we don't really know what happens to her after she leaves, right? We don't know if she was caught up and put on trial again. We don't know, right? We don't know if there was any other interactions.
The thought is that this story never really happened. That it was created by a scribe. Like most scholars that talk about the Periscope adultery don't think that these are words of Jesus. That it's a made up story.
Interesting. Yeah, I've heard that too. I guess like where I'm getting at is that, and this is how I like judge everything. Like, do you have like a favorite author? Like a book, like series that you just like love? Like I got sucked into the Sarah J. Maas novels, right? The Fairy Smut. I got sucked into that real fast. And I think if I were to read another Sarah J. Maas book, I could clearly figure out and not know who the author was. I think I could pretty much quickly figure out her writing style, right? She has like a really distinct writing style. Like she uses the word ribbons like 1.5 million times. The same thing with the red text in here. Like, and this is, I guess, where it goes by faith. And like, this is, I guess, fact over feeling in some regard. But if I'm reading something in the Bible and it doesn't align with that red text, like I'm going to assume that's more of man's interpretations or the, I guess, like the bastardization of like how the Bible was like meticulously manicured, maybe by King James and probably thousands of people after him and before him that are changing that meaning.
Right? I mean, there like when we get to different translations, yes. But the reality is that, I mean, Jesus didn't write anything, right? And then each author is different. Like it's not, the authors are not the actual disciples of Jesus. These are aristocrats writing, right? They're not, most of Jesus's disciples were illiterate and like, you know, part of the blue collar, low income shepherd, you know, couldn't afford education or didn't have a right to it because education and knowledge was gate kept back then. And there are like the voices are different, the characterizations are different, the agendas are different, like the prioritizations of Jesus's message and mission are different in each of these texts. And so to read it as if you were reading your favorite author and look for a single voice, it's going to be difficult because you're not going to get that because it's not univocal.
Sure. But I mean, like the overall message, right? Like,
Which is what, like, there's literally 6 different Jesuses in this text.
I mean, yes, you're right. And like, again, like Luke was, I don't know how speculative, was a doctor. And it was also said that he was a Gentile from Syria. Like, yes, everybody's voices, especially his being, if he was truly a non-Jew, is going to be quite different. But the overall message,
Which I would say would be interesting because for Luke to be a Greek writer, Luke is the one that y'all identify with because that's the social justice Jesus, right? That's where you get the compassionate Jesus and Luke's telling of the story. The rest of it, like Mark's Jesus was a apocalyptic suffering servant Jesus, right? Matthew's Jesus prioritized Jewish people and in his mission, as we can see with his telling of the story with the Canaanite woman. Luke was the social justice Jesus, and John was the Son of God, I am God in the flesh Jesus, right? So they all prioritize something different. So when you say that,
I say Luke only because he was like the Gentile. Like I look like the I guess like the outlier voice. I guess like being the most different than the rest. I guess in like theoretical context of like what they're writing. Like maybe his color is a little bit different, but the overall theme is the same.
I don't see the overall theme being the same though. That's what I'm trying to follow you on.
Yeah.
Like I see different different priorities and then each writer was writing for a different audience too, so you have to take that into consideration. And it's kind of like today, like the conversation that we was having earlier about the fact that I was raised in a predominantly Black Kojic holy roller speaking in tongue church, and you were raised non-denominational, and I can't remember if you said if it was diverse or not, if it was predominantly white, but the audiences are different and the message is going to be different. And this is exactly how the writers of the Gospels, what they had in mind, right? What they kept in mind when they were writing. They were writing for their audiences.
Right. But but we did have commonality, and it's not good commonality, but we did have commonality that these pastors in our churches weren't both men. They were speaking of hierarchy, and they were doing it at the expense of women, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't necessarily see in the Gospels the prioritization of men per se. Like, I don't think they even talk about the hierarchy of men in the Gospels as much as they do in the Pauline letters.
I agree. That's yes. Did your church really harp on Paul? Because I don't know what it is about.
Yes.
It drove me crazy. I got mad beef with Paul. The only person that's kind of moving me to understand it, but have you ever heard of she's a creator on TikTok as well. Her name is Bronte. She grew up in a really evangelical church. I don't even think that I don't know her stance truly. She never really fully makes it. She's very interesting, and she's deconstructed a ton, but she has this podcast called Turning Tables where she hits head on, and she has a theoretical background. Like, she actually studied at the same university as my pastor that I grew up with. And she really kind of puts it into the context that should be read in. And again, not everything in the Bible is going to be great. Like, that was you're right, that it is awful. There is a lot of horrible shit in this damn book. But at the very end of the day, she does, like, this is before I even found her. She goes, it's the one thing that a Christian never really do will read the red text. They never read the red text. They love the Old Testament when they're trying to throw people under the bus, and they claim to like love people, but they never read what Jesus actually said and what he actually meant. And
the thing is though, like, you can't just read the red text and then to say that they're not reading the red text without taking the red text into consideration and what he was saying, why he was saying it, who he was saying it to, and when he was saying it. And so, like, the reality is the things that Jesus was saying, he was saying to the Israelites, about the Israelites, for the Israelites, for his mission, which were the Israelites. And he did, know that there were going to be Gentiles, right, that was going to come to him through the Israelites, because that was the mission of the God of Israel, to militarize or choose his chosen, his elect, militarize them, send them around the world to build his kingdom, conquer and initiate people into the cult of Yahweh, and turn their governments, their religious systems, because back then the political system was the religious system, into the where they were following the way of the Israelite, but not necessarily in covenant with the God of Israel. And then the Israelites were the rulers on earth. Their God is in heaven, and then the nations, the Gentiles, are their slaves, their servants. That was the plan. That is the ultimate plan. Like, that's what the Jewish Messiah was supposed to come and do. The Jewish Messiah that was prophesied was supposed to restore the kingdom of Israel under one Godhead, with the Israelites, coming back together as rulers, and then the Gentiles who agreed to take a knee get to go on the new earth with them in the new kingdom and serve the Israelites and serve their God. That's the reward.
Right, but that Jewish savior to them still hasn't come because they don't accept Jesus as that. They don't accept
But that's
him.
also Jesus's mission. They didn't change. It's just that whether they believe that's the Christians believe that Jesus is that, and the Christians believe they're going to be the ones in the Holy Land, and they're going to fight a war. And when Jesus come back, if the Jewish people don't bow down to Jesus, then Jesus is going to kill them. Like, that's the prophecy. That's why the evangelical Christians are sending over $200 million a year to Israel, because they believe that the chosen have to be in the Holy Land for this final war to happen. And they believe that when they're going to be the ones in the Holy Land, and the Jewish people have to accept Jesus, or Jesus is going to kill them. Like, that's the prophecy.
And see, I don't buy that. I think that is.
But that's what's in the text. It's in the text. It's in the text, and it's literally what they are, like, making happen now. Like, that's why they're so gung-ho about supporting Israel.
Is this Revelations? Where are you getting this? Is this Mark or Revelation?
It's Isaiah. It's Isaiah 13, Isaiah 60, Isaiah 62, Isaiah 65, Revelations 21, Zechariah 14. Like, it's the whole thing. It's in the text. And I think it's Luke 19 where Jesus gives a parable about this. And he literally says at the end of the parable, now go get those servants of mine that did not want me to rule over them and stab them in front of me.
Wait, what? Wait, okay. You lost me there. That's in Luke, you're saying?
Yeah, Luke 19. He gives a parable of this. I think, is it Luke 19 or Luke 14? Oh, here it is. Yeah, it's the parable of the 10 pounds. Yeah, this is the parable of, like, his whole thing. Like, as they were listening to this, he went on to tell a parable because he was near Jerusalem and because they supposed that the kingdom of God was to appear immediately. So he said, a nobleman went to a distant region to receive royal power for himself and then return. He summoned 10 of his slaves and gave them 10 pounds and said to them, do business with these until I come back. But the citizens of his country hated him and sent a delegation after him, saying, we do not want this man to rule over us. When he returned, having received royal power, he He ordered these slaves to whom he had given the money to be summoned so that he might find out what they had gained by doing business. The first came forward and said, Lord, your pound has made 10 more pounds. He said to him, well done, you good slave. Because you have been trustworthy in a very small thing, take charge of 10 cities. Then the second came, saying, Lord, your pound has made 5 pounds. He said to him, and you rule over 5 cities. Then the other came, saying, Lord, here is your pound. I wrapped it up in a piece of cloth, for I was afraid of you, because you are a harsh man. You take what you did not deposit and reap what you did not sow. He said to him, I will judge you by your own words, you wicked slave. You knew, didn't you, that I was a harsh man, taking what I did not deposit and reaping what I did not sow? Why then did you not put my money in the bank? Then, when I returned, I could have collected it with interest. He said to the bystanders, take the pound from him and give it to the one who has 10 pounds. And they said to him, Lord, he has 10 pounds. I tell you, to all those who have, more will be given. But from those who have nothing, even what they have will be taken away. But as for these enemies of mine who do not want me to rule over them, bring them here and slaughter them in my presence.
This is a parable, though.
Did you not hear me say he tells a parable about it? This is a parable of him teaching them, right, what the final war would be. But in Revelation details the war. Isaiah 13 details the war. Isaiah 60 details that the prophecy of the New Jerusalem and the God telling the Israelites, the nations that do not bow down to serve you will be destroyed. They'll perish. But the ones who do decide to serve will be on the new earth with the Israelites, and they'll be working.
So the way that I'm interpreting a parable, because again, like, this is the thing that drove people crazy about Jesus. It drives me crazy about Jesus. It would be so nice if he would just come out and say, this is this, this is that, this is that. But using that parable, the way that it's been taught to me and the way that I've understood that is that when you have things and you don't share them, you don't create more with a gift that you're given, right? Let's say, again, like, if you have all this education and you do nothing to help others with it or help people in your community, then you're wasting the education that you've been given. Like, I had to pay for my own school. I don't know. But like, if I were to gain all this education and all these degrees and not use it to my purpose to help others, which is because I'm in a servant-driven career, would I not be wasting that gift? The same thing. If like you have all this love that Jesus has given you and you choose not to share that gift with others.
No, this has nothing to do with that. No. And if Jesus had to teach that by stabbing people, that's kind of fucking nuts. But no, like a parable is a story that is used to kind of teach a lesson, right? So he's saying to them, like, for example, who would be the nobleman here that goes away to receive royal power in the parable?
Right. Assuming it would be Jesus, right?
That would be Jesus. Mm-hmm. The slaves would be
the disciples.
Right. And then they are to go out and do what?
To multiply the gifts that they were given.
No, they were to go out and multiply the people. Right? They were to go out and make disciples of all nations, right? They were to go out and get more people, right? And then there are people that that's going to reject him, right? And part of the people that are going to reject him are some of the chosen, right? And then there's only a remnant of Gentiles that are going to attach themselves to the house of Israel. And so those slaves that do not, hold on, before I get to that part, let me see, the royal power. He said, well then, good that faithful servant. Okay, so he said to him, well done, good slave, because you have been trustworthy in a very small thing, take charge of 10 cities, right? So he puts them in charge, right? Because they were faithful. The ones that, the Israelites that did what they were supposed to do, they rule. Then the second came.
Would that not be like a church?
No, it's not a church. Like, where do you see church in this?
Because like if we're assigning, like if the master is supposed to be Jesus, and then like the gold, in mine it says gold would be like the
Wait,
disciples.
what says gold?
So the version, I'm looking at
What?
the NIV version right now, not my
Oh,
favorite,
the
but it
NIV.
says, I mean, I can change it. That's just the one that pearled up right away.
No, that's
Uh,
okay. I was just wondering which book said gold.
yeah, it's not my favorite. But yeah, it's saying gold or like whichever, and then or it says bags of gold. And that would be like the disciples, right? So again, why, if you're seeing cities, why would that not translate to churches? Like, because if the whole goal is to create community and quote unquote believers, wouldn't a church be the actual cities? And like, if we're going to assign a, what is it? Assign a, I can't think of the word right now. It's so late. I'm so tired, but I don't understand why
This
wouldn't
is
be.
a prophecy about when he comes back, right? So is Jesus coming back to rule over churches?
I mean, I think like his church would be his people, though,
So why are
right?
you, so then why are you asking me if that should be churches then?
For for the reason of this is that if you are, because if like if you're going out, okay, so like what do churches tend to do, right? If they're going to go out and they have a gospel minded, I'm going to go out and I'm going to create, like, new churches create churches all the time. Like if you
But
were in
how
India
are
where
you?
you're,
But you're trying to use churches in two different ways. You're trying to say the church is the people, but also the church is the building. So I need you to define
yes.
what you mean by church. You can't use the two definitions for one word in this in one sentence. I need to know how you're defining that. When you
So
say
yes, it's,
church, when you say church, are you talking about the people or the buildings?
I mean, can you have a, I mean, like what's the purpose of the building if it doesn't have people?
Well, the difference is when you say that it's the people, it's the same thing that I said, right? He made them rulers over the people in the new world, right? And on the new earth, because that's what this is a parable about. But if you say that it is the churches and the buildings, you're talking about elders on earth, and this parable ain't got nothing to do with on earth, on this earth.
So I think I just fundamentally disagree, and again, I could be very wrong. I think you're incredibly knowledgeable, and I think you
Yeah.
have great perception. But I don't view this as a tale of the end of the world. I view this as somebody's life and the culmination of somebody's life within their faith
Okay.
or
Let's
the lack
let's read.
thereof.
Sure. Let's go to Matthew 24 right quick, and then we're gonna go to Jesus' signs of the time and where he quotes Isaiah.
Okay. I want to
And
follow
this
along
is
too.
yeah, this is why I say it's important to understand the history, right? And I get it. Like Jesus has been reinterpreted for a modern day audience,
Mhm.
and the history of what the Israelite story is actually telling. Some people, most believers believe that it's not important, but when that shit is playing out in front of your face because people are making it come to pass,
Mm.
and people are championing it because they don't really understand. Like it's, I don't know, it's
It's disturbing to me too. I hate it. I think it's disgusting.
yeah. So Jesus says, this is Matthew 24, starting at 28. Actually, let's go. We're going to actually start. Let's start here.
Okay.
Verse 15. So when you see the desolating sacrilege spoken of by the prophet Daniel standing in the holy place, this normally would say, "He who has an ear, let him hear," or "Let the reader understand." Then those in Judea must flee to the mountains. The one on the housetop must not go down to take the things from the house. So you realize that this is talking about when he comes back, right?
Mm,
This is
I've read that.
these are
I literally read
these
that
are signs.
recently.
These are
Yeah.
signs of when of his coming, right? He's saying these are the signs. So when you see the desolating sacrilege spoken of by the prophet Daniel standing in the holy place, let the reader understand, then those in Judea must flee to the mountains. Let the one on the housetop, the one on the housetop must not go down to take things from the house. The one in the field must not turn back to get a coat. Woe to those who are pregnant and to those who are nursing infants in those days. Pray that your flight may not be in winter or on a Sabbath, for at that time there will be a great suffering. The fact that he uses flight there, I swear, I bet there's some Christian today talking about there were airplanes
I
and
was
places
just
wrong.
thinking about that.
Like,
You're 100% correct.
yes,
Everyone's like, I'm never gonna fly again.
Spirit Airlines. They knew about Spirit Airlines back in first century Rome.
Oh my
Um,
god.
For at that time there will be great suffering, such as has not been from the beginning of the world unto now, no, and never will be. And if those days had not been cut short, no one would be saved. But for the sake of the elect, those days will be cut short. Then if anyone says to you, look, here is the Messiah, or there he is, don't believe it. For false messiahs and false prophets will appear and produce great signs and wonders to lead astray, if possible, even the elect. Take note, I have told you beforehand. So if they say to you, look, he is in the wilderness, do not go out. If they say, look, he is in the inner rooms, do not believe it. For as the lightning comes from the east and flashes as far as the west, so will the coming of the Son of Man be. Wherever the corpse is, there the eagles will gather. And then he says, immediately after the suffering of those days, he quotes Isaiah here. The sun will be darkened, and the moon will not give its light. The stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and then all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. Okay, and so he's quoting Isaiah 13 here, and Isaiah 13 is the prophecy for the Israelites. When Isaiah gave his prophecy, it was the prophecy against Babylon, and it's their apocalyptic prophecy for when their God comes back, comes to earth and destroys the earth and gets the sinners off and restores Israel, and takes them to their new land. So it's the oracle concerning Babylon that Isaiah, son of Amos, saw. On a bare hill, raise a signal, cry aloud to them, wave the hand for them to enter the gates of the nobles. I myself have commanded my consecrated ones, have summoned my warriors, my proudly exalting ones, to execute my anger. Listen, a tumult on the mountains, as of a great multitude. Listen, an uproar of kingdoms, of nations gathering together. The Lord of hosts is mustering an army for battle. They come from a distant land, from the end of the heavens, the Lord and the weapons of his indignation, to destroy the whole earth. Wail, for the day of the Lord is near. It will come like destruction from the Almighty. Therefore, all hands will be feeble, and every human heart will melt, and they will be terrified. Pains and agony will seize them. They will be in anguish like a woman in labor. They will look aghast at one another. Their faces will be aflame. See, the day of the Lord is coming, cruel with wrath and fierce anger, to make the earth a desolation and to destroy its sinners from it. For the stars of the heavens and their constellations will not give their light. The sun will be dark at its rising, and the moon will not shed its light. This is what Jesus quoted here. I will punish the world for its evil and the wicked for their iniquity. I will put an end to the pride of the arrogant and lay low the insolence of tyrants. I will make mortals more rare than fine gold, and humans than the gold of Ophir. Therefore I will make the heavens tremble, and the earth will be shaken out of its place at the wrath of the Lord of hosts and the day of his fierce anger. Like a gazelle on the run, or like sheep with no one to gather them, all will turn back to their own people, and all will flee to their own lands. Whoever is found will be thrust through, and whoever is caught will fall by the sword. Their infants will be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses will be plundered and their wives raped. See, I am stirring up the Medes against them, who have no regard for silver and do not delight in gold. Their bows will slaughter the young men. They will have no mercy on the fruit of the womb. Their eyes will not pity children. So this is the day of the Lord. This is the Jewish apocalyptic day, like the end times. But this is what Jesus is quoting as a sign of his coming, right? He quotes Isaiah here, and he's like, "This, when you see this happen, then you know, right, that this is my coming. Don't believe it when they say it here. When this happens, then you know that that day is coming." And it's supposed to be a like a horrible day, right? Like he's coming back and he's going to go to war. That's what he says in Revelation. He has a blood-soaked robe on.
In that Mark verse, when was
This is Matthew.
in Matthew, when was that added?
When was what added?
Does
verse
that
29?
show any? Sorry,
Verse 29. Him quoting Isaiah. Is that what you're asking? When was that added?
yes. When was that portion put through?
Let's see. Matthew 24.
Because it's giving crusades.
Well, a lot of Jesus stuff is Crusades. 325 during the Constantine era. The oldest witness we have is Witness 1. We don't have anything older than that for Matthew 24.
I'm trying to figure out when the crusades were done. So, like, my question could be this: could that have been added to? Yeah, that's exactly the time period. Could have that been added to justify the crusades then, even though that's not something that was actually spoken by Jesus? Could that be? I mean, there's a consolation.
There's a possibility, but the thing is that it's in Isaiah. It's a prophecy in the Hebrew scriptures in Isaiah.
Yeah.
So, like Isaiah, the apocalyptic day of the Lord is the Hebrew scriptures. Now, whether Jesus actually quoted it, that's to be. Like, I don't necessarily believe in Jesus, right? The writers wrote this stuff after like 40 years after Jesus died. Matthew was written, I think, maybe 60 years after Jesus would have died. So it's very possible, considering that the oldest copy we have of Matthew 24 is from the Constantine era. But I don't know. I don't want to definitely say that. I have no idea what their motivation was for writing it, but it's very possible. Let me see. Yeah, let's see if it's missing anything. It's not that. I think that line right there is the only thing that's missing. That's missing there, and that. I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to. Yeah, it's a hard thing. And that when I read, there's a lot of contradictions, sure, but that's when I really try to harp on. I really try to harp on like those three, like love thy neighbor. I really try to focus. That's like the number one, and anything that doesn't align with that doesn't align.
And that's what I'm saying, and I completely understand that, and most Christians do, right?
No.
No, I'm
No.
saying no, yes, they do. They come in here every day and they quote, "Love your neighbor as you love yourself. Do unto others you have others do unto you. New covenant this." Like they do. They quote the same things that you've quoted in here. And that most Christians think that that's all that there is to this book. Like you're like, I never understand why Christians believe that their God gave them a book with 66 like a big ass book with 66 books in it, with like damn near each book having almost 50 chapters, just for them to get those 3 verses out. Like I don't understand.
Yeah.
But the reality is that it's telling a story, right? Like it's and there these people did exist.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the stories are mythology. Well, not stuff. A lot of it is mythology, but
Mm-hmm.
there is symbolism in it and history told behind it, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a war. It's a guidebook for war and colonization, and for governing a land, governing people, and the stories in it, one could read it and find inspiration in it, and I think that's a good thing, right? Like it's a great thing to love your neighbor as you love yourself. If loving your neighbor as you love yourself means respecting people's boundaries and stuff like that, like I think that's a great thing. But you can't read the text and ignore everything else, because there are people who know how to use this book and are using it successfully.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. And I think I, myself, and so many of us have failed to really deep dive into it as much as you have, to be able to confront that head on. Um, and I appreciate you taking the time to do this, because you don't have to. This is such, I mean, we've been talking, I think, now for almost 2 hours. That is time and effort you could have spent anywhere else. So I appreciate you giving me that time.
Well,
And
because you're a nerd, I normally don't. Because you're a subscriber,
oh, well,
that's
thank
why I
you.
did.
Well, I think, um, I just, I think what you're doing is a kindness. I think because you've been through so much, and thank you for sharing your part of your stories with me. I know there's a lot of pain in there, and you've done all the healing from that. But to even to share that is like super vulnerable and super cool. And I know that your stories will help others, so I appreciate that. There's a lot of things that I still don't. I don't disagree with you, and I don't necessarily agree in some senses. But I think, yeah, I still am gonna live the way that I live, and I'm gonna try to show Jesus in the way that it has been shown to me by my Godfather. I literally, that's the only example. I mean, I wish, even myself, I say this for myself, I wish more people had the love that my Godfather had. I wish everybody could experience that, because I really do feel and know that there's so much love there that comes from like a higher power. There's no other explanation in my mind, because like the guy has been through crazy stuff, and I think people who really have gone through some hard stuff are able to show the greatest amount of empathy and love, or they could go the opposite way, right? But because of how I was told Jesus lived, and because of the way that my Godfather lived, I really want to share that. And my Godfather says that he is the way he is because of this book. I think, again, it is partly him too. I even say that. I'm like, it's not, you had to make the choice. Like everything is a choice. Love, free will is a choice. Like free will is love, right? You cannot
No,
force love on somebody. You don't think free will is love?
no.
You don't,
Somebody
I mean,
at any given time, somebody's free will is being trampled on. Like children get essayed every damn day. What about their
yeah.
free will? How is that
Mm,
love? And then, like, I don't see a God giving humans free will to test them so that he can find out which ones actually really love him. Is love, because little kids get their if humans did have free will, little kids get their free will trampled on every damn day. I don't see free
by,
will as love.
by other people though. Like my point is
Right,
this.
but if there is a God, if your source of love comes from this same God that
Mm-hmm.
gave humans free will to essay kids, I mean, I don't, I don't see that. I don't understand that. Like how you can have such pure love, and then it not be extended to these children that are being essayed.
I'm not going to justify a child essay at all. There is no justification for that. There is no love in that. And there is no but, actually. The only thing that I can say is that in order to actually make choices I could never love somebody that forced me to love them.
Well,
right?
when you quote love, can I play this song right quick?
I would love that, please.
Yeah. Okay. Hold on, y'all. Bear with me. I wrote a song today, and I played it at the beginning. Bear with me right quick. I wrote this song today because people keep commenting that I need to love my enemies, and I was like, it frustrated me so bad, and I was like, fuck that, I'm gonna write a song. And it's interesting to me that this whole conversation has been about, being commanded to love and all of that. So, but listen to these lyrics, Nikki. Okay. All right. Hold on. Y'all turn your phones down because it's gonna blast. I don't know. I can't control it.
Mama said, baby, forgive and forget. Pray for your enemies, don't hold regret. Turn the other cheek, let them strike you again. That's the way Jesus said to love, that's the way to win. But mine, I feel the bruise and I feel the scar. Convincing me to ignore it feels kinda bizarre. If love is a weapon, you can point like a sword. It don't feel like freedom, it feels like war. I wanna love you, hug you, if you don't deserve it. My love ain't a prize, you just can't reserve it. I shouldn't have to commend you, friend you, if I don't intend to. But mama say pretend to. Even if your heart don't bend to. Play the same, they'll commend you. You never know, the love may grow. But mama shouldn't be commanded though. They say that it's holy, they say it's divine. But who benefits most when the rule ain't mine? Abusers write the laws and they preach what's best, while we learn silence and call it a test. Love can't be forced, it shouldn't be decreed. It dies in the soil where it can't be free. If it ain't from the heart, then it ain't really love. It's just chains disguised as words. I wanna love you, hug you, if you don't deserve it. My love ain't a prize, you just can't reserve it. I shouldn't have to commend you, friend you, if I don't intend to. But mama say pretend to. Even if your heart don't bend to. Play the same, they'll commend you. You never know, the love may grow. But mama shouldn't be commanded though. What if love's a choice, not a cage we wear? What if love's not dead, but the gift we share? They say pretend to. Even if your heart won't bend to. Play the same, they'll commend you. Hide the hurt you've been through. Real love don't descend, don't commend like a show. Love lives in action, it has to grow. So mama, hear me now, let the old ways go. Love should be coming. I wanna love you if you don't deserve it. My love ain't a prize, you just can't reserve it. I shouldn't have to commend you, friend you, if I don't intend to. But mama say pretend to. Even if your heart don't bend to. Play the same, they'll commend you. You never know, the love may grow. But mama shouldn't be commanded though.
My favorite part of the lyrics, and I spent probably about a good hour getting that part right. I shouldn't have to commend you, friend you, if I don't intend to. Like I shouldn't if like, and I wanted to make sure that the intention came through on that. Like I shouldn't have to do something because somebody commanded me to love you. Like it's not love to me. That's a checkbox.
I hear.
Yeah, that was a powerful song. That was a really powerful song.
Thank you.
Really, if you ever want to put it out there, I would buy it. Like, I'm serious. Do you
I'm
have it?
giving the lyrics to my daughter. She sings, so like any the songs that I write, she wants the lyrics, so I'm letting her. She's gonna record them and sing them.
It's beautiful. And I think it's really true. Like it's everything that you said in there is exactly how I feel a lot of the time. And I understand that. And it's, first of all, the singing beyond. The lyrics are beyond. What really got me was the second verse. That gave me goosebumps because of, I forget what it said exactly. It was, what was your second verse again?
The second verse is
That like gave me goosebumps for a good like solid 30 seconds.
they say it's holy, they say it's divine,
Mm,
but who benefits most when the rule ain't mine?
bingo.
Abusers write the laws. Then they
Mm-hmm.
preach what's best while we learn in silence and call it a test.
There you go.
Love can't be forced, it shouldn't be decreed. It dies in the soul where it can't be freed. If it ain't from the heart, then it ain't really love. It's just chains disguised as words from above.
I
And
agree.
yeah, like it's a checkbox. Like when they like night after night, believers come in here and they say, "Love your neighbor." Jesus is the best thing that ever happened to humanity. And I say, "Why?" And they say, well, "He died for our sins," and he said, "Love your neighbor as you love yourself." Like they say the same thing
Yeah.
night after night.
Mm-hmm.
And then I feel the pacifist Jesus, like going back to the conversation, right? Who has the right Jesus? Like
Mm-hmm.
that I see the supremacist Jesus in the history of the Israelites, and I see that right with the structure of white supremacy in the world, but I also see the pacifist Jesus, and I feel like that Jesus can be it can give people hope, but it can also be very damaging
Yeah.
because it does teach people to love their abusers. It teaches, parents who are trying to live for Jesus to teach their children who have been SA to forgive their abusers, right?
I
Or to,
I don't
yeah,
agree.
like,
And that's one of the things, and I struggle with forgiveness too. I just had this conversation yesterday about forgiveness. Forgiveness is a hard thing. I don't think Jesus would say that you need to forgive your abuser. I would sit not in the sense that we're taught. I think it's more of like not to carry the hurt that that abuse caused in your life.
but he says to love those who despitefully use you, pray for those who persecute you, love your enemy. Like he says those things, right? He says that if somebody tries to sue you, like give them everything that you got. If they ask for your coat, give them your pants or shirt or something. Like he literally says, just surrender. He says, do not resist evil, right? Like, and you can interpret that in any way you want, right? A lot of believers say, oh, that's the beauty or that's the trick of the
No.
scriptures, right? You can interpret it any way you want. You can do that with Little Red Riding Hood. But the reality is that what it teaches people is that that whole forgiveness is the key, is the answer to salvation. And it abusers look for people like that and they abuse them, and then they guilt trip or gaslight you into saying, well, you ain't following Jesus. Jesus said to forgive, right? How you gonna get into heaven if you can't even forgive me, right? And they say, I'm sorry, over and over and over again. And Jesus says forgive 70 times 7, and they can quote that because that's what he says in the text. And then Even if you don't forgive, that person knows that they have an advocate with the Father, and they're covered by the blood of Jesus, because they can just ask Jesus to forgive them, go on and live their life. And because you're, after you've forgiven 50,000 times and now you're hurt and damaged, that person's going to live in their life, and you're over here having to heal from that. Right? Like it can be very damaging to take on this pacifist belief, right? To where people have open access to you and can abuse you, and you just keep forgiving. And
That's the
it's
difference.
the picture of Jesus on the cross, right? Like that's the whole suffering part of it, right? We were called to suffer. Sheep led to the slaughter, right?
That's where I disagree, because I don't think forgiveness in this respect means that like that person has open access to you. You can forgive somebody, but say, stay the hell away from me. I'm not going to hold on to the pain that you've caused me and let that internally be my struggle for the rest of my life. I don't wish well upon you. I don't wish poorly upon you. I want to respect you, like your life, your access, your food, I want to respect your life and you as a person, but I don't want you to have access to me. It's not, and
I mean,
there's
but
also
why should
repentance too, right? Like you should have, if you're truly, if to forgive this someone in the way that I think you're trying to express is like that person has to repent, and repentance means that it doesn't happen again,
that's not what
right?
repent means. Like Paul had a issue with concupiscence, with lust. Like he literally says in this text, I do the things that I shouldn't do, and the things that I should do I don't do, right? Like I if I focus on the law, then I sin more, and when I don't focus on the law, I don't, right? So he literally, this book literally tells people that they can't help but to be sinners, because their sin is flesh. I mean, their flesh is sinful, and they're wicked from the day that they are born.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it gives people an excuse to say, I'm not perfect. We're all sinners saved by grace. And
Mm-hmm.
if they do it one time, they know they can go back and ask for forgiveness. Now, the crazy thing is, like, this is what I mean when I say there is not a univocal voice in the text, because Hebrews, the writer of Hebrews, comes at a later time and goes, no, you can't keep sinning. If you keep sinning, then there's no more sacrifice for you, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that goes
Mm-hmm.
against what Paul said. That goes against what Jesus said. But I think that whoever wrote that in Hebrews realized that they had created a fucking monster.
Yeah. I mean, again, I had verses back this up, because again, this is something that I talk about a lot. I actually do therapy, so that's one of the things. I had a client again who has been abused for a very long time by her uncle, and she is in a Christian environment. She said, "Do I need to forgive him?" I said, "No." She goes, "Well, aren't you a Christian? Aren't you Catholic?" I said, "No." Because anybody who is willing to harm you and harm you over and over again, they are not showing that they love God. They're not showing that they love themselves, and they're definitely not showing love to you. Do you need to wish them ill? No, but if you do, I wouldn't hold that against you either. And no one should. But you do not need to, forgiving somebody is not allowing that person, it doesn't necessarily mean that that person has access to your life. It shouldn't be. Forgiving in my regard, and I'm working on it still. I still have heavy issues with forgiveness just from personal experiences as well. And I'm working this out with God, and like doing a lot of mulling over it as well with God and the word. But it's like when he says like, turn the other cheek, it's like I view that as like remove yourself from the situation. Don't stay in a situation where you're constantly in that abuse.
How does turn the other cheek mean run away?
In the same way buildings meant church. You
Like, do you know what Jesus tells his disciples to do if there's conflict amongst an Israelite brother or sister? Do you know what the steps are?
Not offhand, no.
He tells them, of course, you go to your Israelite brother and sister to try to resolve it.
Mm-hmm.
If they won't resolve it, if they won't forgive you, then you go to, before 2 or 3 witnesses and try to talk it out with them, to mediate. If they still
Oh,
won't
yeah.
forgive you, then you take it to the assembly, to the whole congregation, the Israelite assembly.
Mm-hmm.
And if they still won't forgive you, even after you've done all that, he says to excommunicate them like a Gentile or a tax collector. If they won't forgive you, right? So if we bring that into modern day, and there is a man that essays a woman in church, and he's like, I'm sorry, and she's like, no, I can't forgive you. And then he goes and gets 2 or 3 church members, and he's like, look, I tried to talk to her and tell her that I'm sorry, that I repented, I'm on the sex register list, I'm doing probation, I'm asking her to forgive me, and she won't. Right. And she's like, no, I can't. I'm hurt. Blah, blah, blah. I don't want to forgive you. Stay away from me. And then he goes and takes it before the whole damn church. I, I, I went through the steps. I told her, that I'm sorry. I made a mistake. Jesus has forgiven me. I'm on the sex register list. I'm doing my probation. I'm trying to live right for Jesus. I'm going to do right, but she won't forgive me, and she still won't forgive me. What's supposed to happen in that moment is that woman that won't forgive his ass is supposed to be excommunicated. That's the steps that Jesus gave in this book.
But then again, the other one is like the only unforgivable, or the only way that you could exit a marriage was adultery, right? So like
I'm
again,
not
does
talking
that
about a
mean?
marriage. I'm not. This
But
isn't a marriage.
it's a weird, right? But it's also like a weird qualifier. I don't remember
What's a
ever
weird qualifier? What are you talking about?
that forgiving somebody means that they still have access to you. I don't think that is what Jesus is intending whatsoever.
What was he intending then when he's saying if they won't forgive you, excommunicate them? What
I
was
think
he
it's
intending?
not holding hate in your heart for how that person treated you. Like you cannot allow them to do that to you again, but it doesn't mean that like holding that hatred, like you have every right, I have every right to really, really have hateful feelings towards the people who have really done me dirty. I have every
But
right
but but
to,
why do you?
but if I choose to hold on to that hate, that doesn't hurt them, it hurts me. So forgiveness is more so for me than it is for them.
Well,
And
I mean
forgiveness doesn't mean that they have access to me.
that's not what Jesus meant by that, and that's something that we tell. That's something that we tell ourselves, right? But forgiveness in the camp of members of the camp, right? Like you can't be a part of the camp and like not talking to somebody, saying bad things about the person, or not wanting to sing choir songs with them. They're going to keep according to Jesus's steps, because you can't forgive that person, right? And be in the camp with that person. You would be the one to get excommunicated, not that person. That's according to the Bible. And this is referring, when Jesus is giving this, he's talking about, when he says congregation or assembly, he's talking about the Israelite assembly. Like that's what they would call themselves, the congregation or assembly. And today, the assembly or congregation is the church. And so if you can't be in the church with the same person that you can't forgive, according to Jesus, you would be the one that be excommunicated, not that person.
But doesn't it have something about repentance too? Like, I don't think that's how I truly, if I'm looking at the three things I mentioned earlier, I don't think that's how Jesus would do it. I think the person who caused the harm should and rightfully should be removed and canceled. I don't think you should totally turn your back on somebody. I think they need to go through the process of repentance, but I definitely don't think that that person should have access to the person that they harmed and their victim at all.
Yep. I mean, you saying that you think that, right, versus what the Bible says is two different things. And this is why I say, when I ask the question, who has the right teaching of Jesus,
Right.
right? I'm asking based on what the Bible says, not based on a reinterpretation of Jesus.
Right. But when Jesus says turn the other cheek, I think the real reiteration, if we're looking at it, he says this on the Sermon of the Mount, I think. And his whole thing was like, it's not to respond to evil with evil. Like if I'm
Right.
being hurt, right. And I think that's the point, not to respond back. Because how many times
What's the
have,
we know that. That's why I have pacifists up here. We've
yeah,
been talking about the pacifist Jesus. Like I know that.
right. But I think
Yeah.
that's the point is like when, I guess, like in that sense, if you're forgiving, you're not necessarily, you're not responding to evil with evil. You're just
That's
not
the
responding.
right. Exactly.
Right. So it doesn't say
He,
that that person necessarily gets a free pass to keep on doing evil. It just means that like you're not responding in evil. I would hope, removing yourself and then seeking justice for the harm that was caused
but
against you.
you're trying to do the removing yourself but turn the other cheek, and that isn't it. Like in going back to the conflict resolution, he says, if your brother or sister sins against you, go and point out the fault when the two of you are alone. If you are listened to, you have regained that one. But if you are not listened to, take one or two others along with you, so that every word may be confirmed by evidence of two or three witnesses. If that person refuses to listen to them, tell it to the church. And if the offender refuses to listen even to the church, let such a one be to you as a Gentile and a tax collector. Truly I tell you, whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven, and whatever you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven. Again, truly I tell you, if two of you agree on earth about anything you ask, it will be done for you, but my Father in heaven. For where there are two or three gathered in my name, I am there among them. Then Peter came and said to him, Lord, if my brother or sister sins against me, how often should I forgive? As many as 7 times? Jesus said to him, not 7 times, but I tell you 77 times. And then he gives the parable of the unforgiving servant. Like Jesus is about forgiving.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can't forgive, then you got to get out there. You got to get excommunicated. Or if you can't forgive, or if you can't repent,
Mm-hmm.
if you can't make amends, you got to get excommunicated.
So wait, if you can't make amends, you get excommunicated.
Like if you can't resolve the conflict, like if you're like, uh, if somebody sins against you and they say,
Uh-huh.
they'd be like, no, I didn't, I'm sorry that you feel that way, but I didn't do such and such, or I didn't mean it that way. And you're like, no, you
Mhm.
said XYZ and that really offended me. And the person's like, no, I didn't say it that way. I ain't got nothing to do with how you feel. And you feel like that they're not listening to you, right? And then you take it to two or three people, they still not listening. Then you take it before the church, they still not listening. And then he says, treat them like a Gentile or a tax collector. And what the Israelites did with the Gentiles and the tax collectors is they didn't fuck with them. The Gentiles were under a Haram ban, and the tax collectors in Israel
Mhm.
were deemed as traitors because they
Right.
were collecting taxes on behalf of Rome. But
Right.
yeah, so he was saying that if you can't make amends, if you can't solve the conflict, then just treat that person like you would treat a Gentile or a tax collector. Just stay the fuck away from 'em.
Right.
Excommunicate them. And then when Peter asked, like, how many times should I forgive if they sin against me? And Peter was like, 7 times? He's like, no, not 7 times, but 77 times. Like, that's
Mhm.
like, that's like unconditional love. That's that agape love right there. That
Mhm.
unconditional love.
But I still refuse to, and I know, and like this could be just me being dense. I still refuse to believe that Jesus would say, "Yeah, you should still allow yourself to be alone with that person." Like there is a situation, and I hate these stories because again, I think you're right. I think it's been used to keep people abused, especially at the hands of authority, for sure. But one of the pastors of the church that I occasionally attend now was an ex GANG member who his initiation was to fire at somebody else. He didn't know who it was, but he fired at them, and then he went to prison and was supposed to be there for life. But by some means, he was young when this happened. He was like 14 when he committed the act. And the person who he pew-pewed lived, and he actually wrote a book, and he goes through this journey of like finding God and then on his journey of repentance, right? That person who he pew-pewed he didn't have to forgive him. In fact, I don't think his road to forgive him would even have happened without repentance, right? I don't think you're necessarily like, but the fact that he even got access to his person at sometimes, they're actually really good friends now. I'm not saying that should be the case for everybody or anybody, honestly. I think the fact that they were able to have that relationship with each other is a big testament to them and their growth, and I think also a testament to God. But I don't think that's true for everybody. Not everybody's cycle. But what I do hear when I read the 77 is that to not hold that hurt in your heart and not hold that hatred towards them, because it's very easy. Like, my mom did me a lot of harm over and over again, and we'll never resolve it because now she has dementia. But I don't carry that hatred towards her, because even though it wasn't right, I kind of get where it comes from, and it wasn't so egregious that it put my person in harm's way either. But even if it did, I could still say I'm not going to harbor that hardness in my heart, and I'm just not going to be around my mom anymore, right? Until repentance can even be accomplished, if at all.
You're not responsible for your mom's repentance, but also like that. I mean, there's nothing wrong with you reading it that way if that works for you, but that's not what that's saying. But if you have to read it that way, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. I think that's just the way I read it, and also the way that I try to work through my clients with. I literally straight up say, like, you don't have to forgive them. What they did to you is awful. You never have to forgive
But you
them.
would be, when you say you read it that way,
Yeah,
what I need you to do is point to me in the text. Like, give me like textual context
I
and
agree.
tell me what words you are reading to comprehend that. Because it literally says,
Mm-hmm.
if my brother sins or my sister sins against me, how often should I forgive? And he gives a number like 7 times. And Jesus says not 7 times, and he increases it. So where you are getting, you don't have to forgive, just don't harbor hate in your heart from this. I don't know, right? Like you're choosing to read your own desire for what you want, you wish Jesus would have said here,
Mm-hmm.
but it doesn't say that. It says to forgive 70 times 7, right? And if I were going to put an interpretation on this, I would look at the fact that Peter asked a question about forgiveness. Peter offered a definite number, like a smaller definite number, and Jesus increases that number more by more he increases it by 10,
Mm-hmm.
right? To give the intent that it's it's unlimited.
Mm-hmm.
Any
Well,
no, I'm talking where he increased it by 10. It was 7, so he added 70 to it. 7 times 7, so he increased it by 10, right?
I
Not
think it
he
was
didn't
seven
he
times seven, but yours had 77. I don't know.
Well,
It
it's
was like,
77. So he started with 7. So he added
uh-huh.
70 more. So 7 times 10 is 70.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. But so like that would mean that Jesus means like as often as you have to, as many times as you have to,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's
Yeah.
that's how I understand that. I don't see a you don't have to forgive, just don't harbor hate in your heart. I don't see that in that text. But
I think
again, if that's how you need to read it, like that's what you need.
um, the
But I can't
only,
agree. I can't agree with you that that's what the text is saying because that's not what I don't see that there.
yeah, I guess, I guess the only way that I would push back against that and the interpretation, even though it's there, and I got to do more research on this again. This is the hardest thing for me that I deal with, um, because of the fact that if really loving your neighbor, if you really like, if you're really following loving your neighbor, right, and if you're really following like loving yourself, allowing, it's not even allowing because like you're not allowing yourself to be harmed. Staying in a situation where you will be continuously harmed is not loving yourself. And it's also not loving, and that's your neighbor's not loving you there either. So because I think again, like we're supposed to love ourselves, we do not owe it to someone who is continuously harming us to stay in that situation for like to stay in that situation and let continue for us to be harmed. And that's where I'm going to say like, well, should I carry that hurt in my heart forever? No, because that's ultimately going to cause me more pain than it is them. So the forgiveness is not even for them. It's me letting go of that pain, but also not allowing myself to continuously be hurt by somebody else. Now, if somebody hurts me, I can't stop them from doing it. You know, a lot of times people are hurt over and over. Like somebody said in the chat, children. Like, yeah, like God, yeah, like that's the hardest part too, right? Like you're telling these kids, like we shouldn't ever tell our kids that they should allow or should be gracious to those who abuse them ever. Um,
I agree,
yeah,
but that's not biblical, right? Like that's what I'm saying. You literally have to twist the scriptures and write your own words because it doesn't say that, right? And
but
Jesus says to like when he says no greater love than man, no greater love than what does he say? Hold on. The lay down his life for a friend. One, no greater love than to lay down his life for a friend.
mhm.
Like that. That is quoted all the damn time to make people feel like they have to be the sacrifice for other people. Because Jesus sacrificed his life, right? Like Jesus suffered, and that was the greatest love of all. Suffering for
And
your friends, like I, it's
but
yeah,
you're saying
has
to
no
harm
man,
you
yeah,
though, right? Like I would
huh?
like to think that my friend wouldn't continuously harm me because if they are harming me, then like I wouldn't necessarily consider them a friend. I would still respect
That
them
they
as
don't
a
have to
human
be a
being.
friend, but you call everybody a neighbor. Like y'all are so loose with these words, love, neighbor, friend. Like they don't have to be somebody that you're gonna go to the movies with.
Right.
But like Jesus is literally saying to be a forgiving person, turn the other cheek. If somebody sues you, don't fight back. Give them all that you have. Like it's pacifism. Like and like I said, it some people can find hope in it, but it can be a very dangerous thing because it makes people vulnerable to manipulation and abuse because they
Mm,
don't know how to fight back and they feel guilty for fighting back. They feel
mm,
unclean, unsaved, unworthy
mm.
if they fight back because that's not who Jesus was. Like literally, the Jesus that was taught to us is that he was this innocent, man who was just so loving and didn't deserve to die, and he was willing to die because I'm so wretched, and you got to be like him. And it's a very dangerous thing to not know how to set boundaries and enforce them, and then feel like if you do, you're not loving. Like, you know how many Christians come here and tell me that I'm mean for simply saying the word no to them, or telling them that not to talk over me. Like, you are literally probably the second or third Christian who, when I've had to say don't talk over me, like, I will even warn them, like, if you keep doing it, I'm going to get belligerent. Like, I don't want to get belligerent. I want to have a good conversation. So please don't, like, interrupt me when I'm talking. Like, they will lose their shit. They don't know how to respect boundaries. They're not used to being told no.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't refute anything you say. You're right. You're right. Um, I can only say that, yes, that's my interpretation based on the three things I mentioned earlier, but also based on this text. And I know it goes deeper. The Sermon on the Mount was like basically the way I read it in the simplest form is, and this is why this is the thing I struggle with too. Like, again, I have these conversations over and over with my godfather, and he's putting in extra work to try to get me to understand. And is like, and I'm still, I get it. I'm battling with this too. But the only thing I can really hold on to is that the original text was about not fighting necessarily, not like, I'm not going to necessarily hurt somebody even though they hurt me. Like, if somebody comes up to me in public and punches me in the face, I'm going to want to hit him back, but I'm also probably not. But if I think my life is in danger, I'm definitely going to fight for my life, right? I'm definitely going to fight for my life. If I can make it out of there without any more violence occurring, I'm going to do that. But if it comes down to me or them, it's going to be me, right? It said it has to be me, right? But I also think that if God and Jesus would never ask me to be in a situation and to stay in a situation and continue to allow that person to have access to my life with either repent, even if they did repent, the repentance would have to occur. And then that it would also be my choice to even accept that repentance. Because again, if the crime was so egregious, I'm not required to give them access. I'm not even required necessarily to give them my forgiveness, but me forgiving them has less to do with them and more to do with me. And I think that's what he's saying in the Sermon of the Mount, of harboring the heart, or harboring that anger in your heart can only cause more harm to you, even though it was that was thrusted upon you, that they made their hatred now your burden. But
isn't there a
not
scripture
to
where he
take up
says
somebody
that
else's
if you
burden.
hate your brother in your heart, you are committing murder? Like,
Yeah.
that isn't about you. That's about them.
Mm-hmm.
That's that. Like, literally, he's saying that if you harbor hate in your heart,
Mm-hmm.
you already murdered the person that you hate. If
Mm-hmm.
you and that is a Jewish teaching. That's an oral teaching that was in their Talmud. That if you say anything, derogatory about an Israelite, you've basically committed murder to an
Mm-hmm.
Israelite. Like, that's about them. That's not about you.
Say that one more time. That's about, so, okay, so having hatred in your heart for somebody is,
It's murder.
right.
So,
Okay,
so
so,
he's saying you basically murdered that person if you're harboring hate in your heart.
and that's why I think forgiveness is what Jesus is preaching for exactly that same reason,
Not
because
not for you though.
what do you mean not for me? I try not to carry hate in my heart. Like, I forgive, but not, I don't give them access to my
But do you
life.
realize he attached the sin or the crime of murder to you?
Sure.
Right. So that's not about you.
It said it's like, but not, is.
No, he didn't say it's like. He said you have already committed murder. Like that. That's literally a part of the Talmud. Like he's quoting a oral tradition of
Mm-hmm.
the Israelites. Like that's what they taught
Mm-hmm.
orally. There's two laws, like two. This is what they would call social laws. I think I have it saved. Hold on, I gotta give me just a second. Let me go to my bookmarks. It's in the. I think it's this one here. Oh no, that's about the. What is the name of it?
I have so many tabs open. I don't know about you. My computer's like, nope.
I gotta do. Yoma 23. That's what it is. There it is, right there. That's Yoma. Or who does not avenge himself and bear a grudge like a snake when insulted is not considered a Torah scholar. But it is written, you shall not take vengeance or bear any grudge against the children of your people. That prohibition is written with regard to monetary matters and not personal insults, as it was taught in a Bereta. What is revenge and what is bearing a grudge? One such is, well, let me your civil, let me your acts. It's in the Yoma. Although he does not respond to his friends and consider behavior, he is still known to his friend and resents it. As the prohibition relates also. Okay, so it's this. I don't know if you've ever heard of Safaria. This is the Midrash Talmud. In the if you type in Yoma 23, you can read through this whole thing, and it explains the. I think they call it the ethics law, or the ethics of the father law, or something like that. But it explains what Jesus was talking about when Jesus said, "If you harbor hate in your heart, you have already committed murder." And so, like, basically, they like if you like they read this whole thing, and like they were not allowed to insult each other. An insult on another Israelite was basically committing murder, like committing murder. If you harbored the hate in your heart and you didn't act on it, like they were to act it, like if you're mad, act on it. Like don't hold it in, because they said that kills you, right? The way the Israelites saw it and the way Jesus is saying it, the way Jesus said, like, it could be up for interpretation, but he basically just says that if you harbor hate in your heart, anyone who hates a brother or sister is a murderer. Like he says, you are a murderer. right? And I think he says that you don't get eternal life, right? So
Right.
he basically is saying that if like that's about if you hold this hate in your heart, you killed your brother. Like that's a hell of a lot of fucking guilt. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, the way I'm trying to, I won't take up too much of your time because God, I've already taken up like 3 hours of it. And thank you because you didn't have to, and I'm really grateful. And thank you for all of this. This is incredible. And I don't know, I just feel very honored. So thank you. But the way that I interpret it is that like if I got in a really bad fight, I don't know if you've been in a really bad fight with like a friend or even not a friend, right? The very last thing I want to do is if I want to keep that relationship right, is I don't want to call them out of their name. Like if I'm ever in a fight with somebody, I'm never going to call them out of their name in a disrespectful manner. That's just not how I operate. I don't even do it like even when like I don't know, I just don't do it. Usually it's just not my that's just not my thing. That's just not it. I mean, it's especially with somebody I love because I want to be able, even though I know that I'm really angry at that moment and that friendship may end, I don't want to ever fully close the door on that friendship ending. And I'm conscious of that even with really heated discussions and really heated debate. And my friend always says this, I show love and kindness to her by like not holding if I'm upset about something, I tell her, like I come through in a soft way, but I'm like, hey, this like really bugged me. And she does the same with me. And she's not used to doing that because she comes from a family where they do hold it in. They hold in everything. And I'm like, that's so dangerous. Because when you do that, you don't even realize that you cut off the relationships with each other. The first time I met her family, I was like, oh, wow, the number one word that comes in my head is disjointed. They're all in the same room, but it feels like no one's home. And it's because they all kind of have these internalized struggles that no one wants to talk about because they don't want to be, like seen as aggressive, and they don't want to start something that could be really incendiary, right? So the way I approach her is like, hey, that really hurt me, and vice versa. I think like when you give the person that you care about the opportunity to like correct is like telling them like, hey, this really hurt me, and like moving forward, and then them addressing that. And when they can take it and they can say, sorry, I did that, and like give repentance, and like you can accept that grace. And even if she said like, well, I don't understand, if she couldn't understand how she hurt me, I don't know if we could continue that relationship, right? I could still want the best for that person. I could still respect them, and that is a form of love to me, respect that person. But I also would need to respect myself and understand that if a friend isn't meeting conflict with me, then it's okay for me to walk away. But I can't imagine being friends with somebody or having somebody in my life who constantly held grudges against me and then chipped away at me slowly, right? I think that's the worst crime, is that and that was like a lot of high school relationships for me. It was, I had friends who just like really just did not like me, but would never give me the grace of telling me why. They would just kind of chip away at me slowly. So, and I think in that way, maybe that's kind of what it means as well in that regard, in this particular Yoma.
I think if you live in a world where you only need to forgive or ask for forgiveness from friends, like if your world is where you only need to tell people who are your friends that they offended you, or need to ask for forgiveness from friends that you offended, then okay. I mean, I live in a world where I engage with people who I don't necessarily call friends, who I don't necessarily call family, and I offend people, and people offend me every day. There are people that I'm willing to forgive, and people that I'm not, and that's just the reality of it. But like every example that you have given has been, just people who are close to you.
I say that only because I do this with people who aren't my friends as well, right? But
And
my
if
expectations of them are,
if they don't out for you an apology. If you go to them
I
and you
can't force
tell them
them.
that they offended you and they don't say they're sorry, then what?
Then I walk away. That's it. And it's like, that's their choice. That's their prerogative. And then I'm not entitled to their apology in my regard, because that's their free will and that's their choice.
Right. And then what though?
And then what? I have to like let whatever hurt that I have against that person necessarily. I want to let it go because I don't want to hold on to that. That I'm too lazy. B, I don't want to feel bad all day. I just think, okay,
Okay.
that
And then you see
person,
them at work the next day. And you see them at work the next day. They
and show
didn't
them respect.
apologize. And then you, what?
If they apologize,
No,
if
they didn't apologize. They
oh,
won't
then
apologize. And they hurt you. They did something really bad to hurt you.
it would depend on what it was. How I would feel about it would depend how it was. If it was like a physical, kind of